good day, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to this special edition of the Closing Argument. Today is February 13th, 2024, Wednesday, and we have a special edition of the show tonight, and we'll be having as our special guest the Honorable Musa Hassan Birete, District 7 representative for Nima County, and also the chairman on national security in the Liberian House of Representatives. So he'll be coming in the next 20 minutes, but we'll just get the show going and to get it going right now. So welcome again. It's good to be back. The first person I see is Alvin D. Choice Weah, following from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Welcome, Alvin. And the other guys will be joining us. Well, we are live on Truth FM, Truth FM 96.9 in Bam, Saclapia, Nima County, and Hot FM 107.9, Snapper Hill, Monrovia. And producing is, we have Arthur Bola, we have Heron Jala. They are our producers for today. Again, we happy to be back on the show. My other colleagues will join us later. But, I'm so sad today because last night I received the news about the passing of my former pastor of the Tomalin Memorial United Methodist Church in Painesville, Weaver Avenue, Painesville City, Reverend Mother Anna Bang. That was so shocking. I remember it was pastorship of the church. We served in the choir, the junior choir and the senior choir, and later on, we were head of the young adult fellowship doing her pastorship of the church. And we learned about her passing last night, and I'm deeply saddened by her passing. Reverend Anna Bang, former district superintendent of Monrovia District of the Liberian Annual Conference of the United Methodist Church. And our thoughts and prayers are with the family and Reverend Momo Pan, her husband, and also my friend Charles Pan and his wife Zoe and all of the Pan family. We want to say our condolences to you all on the passing of our former pastor, Reverend Anna S. Pan. Yes, it's so sad. That's life. We cannot ask God, but we just pray for the family to be comforted during these difficult times of their lives. Welcome our chair lady, the chair leader of the Hard Table in Germantown, Maryland, Madam Makan Charlotte Randall. One of somebody you can call a reliable and dependable friend. Makan she's I consider her apolitical because she has friends in all sides of the political divide. She's just someone who will question your political affiliation. She welcomes, her place is open. We go there Saturdays on the weekend and we have fun. People from all walks of life, from CDC, from UP, from Liberty Party, from ANC. We are all there and we have fun at her place. She don't, one thing about her, she don't get involved in the conversation like they say, taking sides. No, she just provided forum and we are there. People having discussion. In fact, that's the only place. That's the only place. The only social gathering you find our my friend Keff. Keff is comfortable. Kev will go there. He eats freely there. He drink freely. He's comfortable around Makan. And anybody who goes around Makan will be comfortable because she's a darling. She's very caring, and she opened her hands to everybody. Very nice, very, very nice human being. She cooks very well too. Forget it. If you want somebody to cook good food for you, contact Makan. We call it the cheerleader of the hard table. The hard table is everybody there is equal. Everybody there is important, and we interact. We're very comfortable. In fact, last year I missed her 50th birthday. Makan had people still talking about that birthday, and her 50th birthday lasted for 3 days, and it was well attended, well organized, well planned, and people people still talking about her birthday. She really put in a lot into it, and I was in Liberia, so I saw people, the pictures and the video. People came from all over the place. Friends met there, and they still talk about her birthday. That's Makan Charlotte Randolph. Whenever you're in Maryland, the Germantown area, just ask. Just if you can find, you want to eat something good and have fun with Liberians and other nationality, whatever the case, just ask for Makan Charlotte Randolph, the hard table in Germantown, or call me, or call Keff, call Makan. They will show you the place, and you will have fun there. You will enjoy. You always want to go there. In fact, people from when government officials come to Washington for official business during the leisure time, they also find time to visit her. They go to the hard table and they have fun. And we know the new government are in power. The people, in fact, the hard table is, you see, that don't mean the hard table is important because two of our members are already in the government, Stephen Johnson and Bill McGill. And Stephen is deputy at the Civil Aviation, and Bill is deputy minister of finance. That's the hard table, and mind you, we have heated debate there, heated discussion, but at the end of the day, we come together and we are all one. And Makan is always, I haven't seen that lady get mad before. On a serious note, I've never seen her mad before. So I know she can get mad, but she never show it to us. She's always welcomed everyone. She don't pick and choose among her guests and friends or visitors. Treat everybody the same. And that's her. That's the kind of a person we're looking for to call very reliable and dependable. So that's the high table. Welcome back, and everybody who watching. As I said today, we have the Honorable Musa Hassan Bility. He is Nimba County District 7 representative and also the chairman of the House Committee on National Security. He'll be talking about the AFL's soldiers' wives protest that led to the eventual resignation of the defense minister, retired Major General Prince C. Johnson, and also he has a bill that he submitted. He's the author of that bill about an amendment to certain provisions of the Liberian Alien Nationality Law of 2022. Yeah, so Musa Bility will be coming tonight to talk about what happened that caused the defense minister to resign, also the bill he submitted. But in the meantime, as you are aware, today the president of the Republic of Liberia, His Excellency Joseph Yuman Boakai Sr., has nominated additional officials to positions in government affecting the Liberian National Police, Ministry of Transport, Post and Telecommunication, the Ministry of Mines and Energy, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Transport, the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Labor, the Liberia Business Registry, the Liberia Civil Aviation Authority, the Liberian National Security Agency, the Civil Service Agency, the National Oil Company of Liberia, and the Liberia Drug Enforcement Agency. Those nominated are Mr. William K. Moba, Deputy Inspector General for Administration, Liberia National Police, Attorney J. Nelson Freeman, Deputy Inspector General for Operations, Liberia National Police, Mr. Simeon Frank, Deputy Inspector General for Crime, Crime Services, Liberia National Police. Ms. Sadatu L.M. Reeves, Deputy Inspector General for Training and Manpower Development, Liberia National Police. Councillor Oswald Twe, Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Liberia, Minister of Justice. Mr. Wilmot Pay, Ministry of Lands, Mines and Energy. Mr. Augustine S. Kape, Deputy Minister for Ministry of Post and Telecommunication. Ms. Charlene Taylor, Assistant Minister for Afro-Asian Affairs, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Rudolph B. Natt, Deputy Minister for Roads and Rails, Ministry of Transport. Ms. Patience B. Randall, Registrar General, Liberia Business Registry. Mr. Julius D. Dennis, Director General, Liberia Civil Aviation Authority. Mr. Patrick Doe, Deputy Director for Administration, National Security Agency. Darlington A.P. Smith, Deputy Director General for Human Resources Management, Civil Service Agency. Mr. M. Boyka Jaliba, Vice President for Administration, National Oil Company of Liberia, NOCAR. Mr. Al Hassan Fadika, Deputy Director for Operations, Liberia Drug Enforcement Agency. Furthermore, President Boyka has nominated Councillor Kopo Kroh as Minister of Labor. Those nominations, where applicable, are subject to confirmation by the Liberian Senate. Yeah, that's the list of the appointees there. Another development, the President of the Republic, His Excellency Joseph Newman Boyka Sr., left the country today, Tuesday, February 13th, for a 2-day work visit to the Republic of Ghana. While in Ghana, President Boyka will meet and hold consultations with his brother and friend, Ghanaian leader, His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, on matters of mutual interest to both countries and issues obtained in the sub-region. In his letter to the legislature regarding his departure from the country, the president informed them that the Minister of State for Presidential Affairs, Honorable Sylvester N. Grisby, will chair the cabinet in close consultation with the Vice President at his excellence, and he will remain in contact through phone. Well, that's it there. The president made some appointments today. Most of the appointments he made today are people that we're aware of. But I'm getting an important call, so hold on a minute. I'll be right back, please. Yes, I'm back. I'm sorry. So that's, as I was just telling you about the appointment the president made, and he's also all of the country too. But before I go further to this appointment list, let me welcome some of our viewers. I see we have Alvin DeChoice Weah from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Makan Charlotte Randa, our CEO of the Hard Table in Germantown, Maryland. Also, Nora Hooks from Iowa. I get plenty of money, I get a nurse. I get plenty of money. Nora money long. Future Liberia. Alio Kamara, Musa Vadwana. Nora, I will cash up here. Nora, I'll show you a contribute to that cash app to keep the program going. We have Nuli Kiki Nawo, watching from ELWA. John Saki Kone from Atlantic City, New Jersey. Credible Sharif, he's driving. Credible TikTok, though. Oh, you look on the road. We got Pa Louis only boy child following the guy. How can I name Pa Louis Unebocha. Also, my friend and brother from Delaware, W. Alvin Jones. Welcome, brother. That's a decorated United States former military personnel, served in Iraq, Afghanistan, and other places around the world. So we want to pay thanks to homage to these guys for the service to this country and making us to enjoy this peace we enjoy in this great country. Yeah, but looking at the appointments, like most of the people that appointed today, I know most. I mean, I know most of them personally too. Like the Deputy Inspector General for Police, Mr. William K. Marba. He during the early administration, he was here. He came to the FBI Academy. He was a graduate of the FBI Academy in the U.S. Mr. Simeon Frank, the Deputy Inspector for Crime Services. In fact, he's the men's president of my church. Right now, he's the men's president of my church. And he's another FBI Academy graduate. Sadatu Elmer Reeves, she's a former Deputy Inspector for Administration. Now she's going to the training academy, the police training academy. Yeah, she'll be at the academy now as the commandant of the Liberian National Police Training Academy. Wilmer Pay, he's the former chairman of the ruling Unity Party. Wilmer Pay, he's the Minister of Labor of Lands and Mines. Councillor Oswald Twelve, very seasoned and respectable Liberian lawyer. Charlene Tiller, she's the daughter of the former President Charles Tiller. She's now the Assistant Minister for Afro-Asian Affairs, Minister of Foreign Affairs. Patience Randall, another great sister. She is the Registrar General of the Liberian Business Registry. And also my boy from Delaware, Patrick Doe. Patrick Doe is the Deputy NSA boss now. He's from here, right by Costa there in Delaware. And Boyga Jaliba, another brilliant young man. He's now the vice president for Ndokar. And also Hassan Fadika, you know him, Hassan Fadika in Minnesota. He's now from Minnesota, the deputy for operations, Liberian Drug Enforcement Agency. And President Boyka, he took Kopo Kra, who he nominated earlier as Justice Minister. He sent him to Ministry of Labor now. And so he brought in Councillor Oswald Twelve as the Minister of Justice. Yeah, so these are the appointments that was made today. Great guy, great Liberians. We all we can say is congratulations, best wishes. Go and serve our country well and make this generation proud. Let me welcome John Saki Kone from Atlantic City, New Jersey. Credible Sharif, Pa Unebocha, W. Alvin Jones, my senior brother, and the great Toyua Harris, T. Fong. He said, congratulations to our boy P. Diddy. That's T. Fong, Toyua Harris. Yeah, very, very, very great big brother. Somebody who you can follow his footsteps. Very, very nice gentleman too. Toyua Harris there in New Jersey. Jonathan B. Williams, watching from Benghazi, Libya. Wow. Nora, she's out bursting her name. And Harris Tucker. Also, Thomas Beer from Belgium. Wow. Nuli Nikki Nawo. Hey, man, the president didn't leave the country secretly, man. Stop it. The president, they announced it on the Executive Mansion website, so it's not a secret. But we hope to have a good show today. Eugenia W. She said thanks, Orita Zina, for sharing. Jamal Horace, and we look forward to having a good show. We expect Mr. Bidity to be on the show anytime from now, and we'll get this program going. The other guys will join us. We look forward to to having a great show tonight. So, guys, as soon as Mr. Benedict comes on, we get it going. But Henry, Henry Jara. Yeah, and here's it. The executive mansion. You see, here's the press release. The President of the Republic, His Excellency Joseph Newman Boakai, left the country today, Tuesday, February 13th, for a 2-day working visit to the Republic of Ghana. While in Ghana, the President will meet and hold consultations with his brother and friend, Ghanaian leader, His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, on matters of mutual interest to both countries and issues obtaining to in the sub-region. In his letter to the legislature regarding his departure from the country, the president informed them that the Minister of State for Presidential Affairs, Honorable Sylvester M. Grisby, will chair the cabinet in close consultation with the vice president, as His Excellency remains in communication via phone. So, yes. So the president he informed the legislature that he was leaving for Ghana on a working visit, and he's in Ghana right now. I'm told that he flew on a commercial flight, and he took less than his delegation was very small delegation he took with him. So let's see what happened after this visit. It says in the interest of mutual interest of the two countries and issues in the sub-region. Wish the president well on his trip and look forward to hearing positive news from that trip. So that's it. So Henry, while waiting for the guest, take 5 calls. Let me hear what people are saying. What on people's mind. Ask them what on their mind. Take 5 calls. What's on their mind?
Want to call? Joba 7017 talking about the newly appointments done by the president and some of these branding issues. So that get the interaction on 777 You can place in your number, you can place in your call, and then I get a feedback from you. 777 That's the number to call. To the first caller. Oh no. This caller went off. 777 That's the number to call. And then you're going to be live on the closing argument. 777 That's the number to call. To this caller. Hello?
Yeah, hello.
How are you?
I'm fine.
Your name from where you join us?
Jeremiah Benson calling for Lower Maggie.
Good morning. Are you getting in?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm hearing him loud.
Jeremiah Benson calling for Lower Maggie.
Okay, Jeremiah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to tell my president he's joining for his trip. Like, wish you to come back to it and do white promises like people. That's all we are looking up to him.
Okay. I wish the president well to come back and to do what he promised the people.
Yeah.
Thank you. 777 You can place in your call to that number. And you're going to be live on the closing argument. To this caller. Hello. Can you lower the volume of your monitor?
Hello.
How are you? Your name from where you join us? From where?
Todi.
Oh, from Todi District.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm to call. I said the past president was leaving yesterday to home. Let me tell the president. The
vice president leaving to go and represent the president. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that was here yesterday on news. You know, like president I follow too.
Okay. This country. 217017635. You can place in your call to that number. I hear from you. If our president are going to go and represent the president, while this time we also having our president come. So this caller, hello, how are you?
I'm good.
Your name from where you join us, sir?
My name is Thomas Puma and I join you from Keresville.
Okay, Thomas, go ahead.
I would like to say thanks to the Spoon family and also to tell the president of Liberia.
Hello, there's not Spoon. This is Truth FM, one of 8 radio programs, The Closing Argument.
True FM.
Yes.
Okay. To the True FM family, you know, I get all the station. I thought that was issue on more. But anyway, first of all, I will commend the president of Liberia, and they keep doing the right thing. You know, what happened yesterday, I know it was advice for him, and then the defense minister was able to resign so that the Liberian can be in peace. So I just called to tell you thank you.
Okay, thank you. 7701765. This is not Spoon FM. Please. This is Truth FM running one of 8 radio programs in Argument. It comes your way at 9:30 Liberia time and 4 o'clock America time in the But our panelists, they were on Spoon FM before. They used to be on Spoon FM. That's their former network. But now they are on Truth FM 96.1. Today's caller. Hello.
Hello?
How are you?
I'm fine.
Your name from where you join us?
Emmanuel Estama, joining from Pinsway.
Go ahead, Emmanuel.
I just want to tell the Liberian and the president want to go negotiate from Liberian. You don't go there when you want to go for treatment. So I want to take hard with 2 every people and also our president, Chief Johnny Trip.
Okay, thank you. The president went to negotiate. All right. 7701765. You can place in your call. You're going to be live on the closing argument. So this caller.
Yeah, how you doing?
I'm good, boss. What's up about you?
Yeah, thanks for my life.
Your name from where you join us?
Yeah, John Boy calling on fire.
That's Firestone.
Yeah, Firestone.
And which part of Firestone are you calling from?
Calling on Regent City ourselves.
Oh, Regent City. Okay, that's good. Yeah. Make your point. Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir. That's it.
Take one more call, okay? The last call.
Okay. So this caller, how are you?
Hello?
No, I will not keep you on the line. Please. You don't have to go forward. Just lower the radio.
Yeah, I'm over there.
Okay, go ahead. Your name from where you join us?
Yeah, I'm calling from Broadway at Chepemamu. telling you thank you for your show.
The feedback still coming.
Yeah. Pray for our president that leave the country so that he will come successfully.
Okay.
And we pray the thing that happened yesterday, we will not get in different thing again. We pray so that you will understand. You will understand the Soya people. The Soya people too will understand him. They will get one word because we don't want to go back to the place where we coming from. So
Okay.
I just tell you thank you for the show. What your put on to know.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for calling too.
All right.
And thank you for always following.
All right.
Thank you. Somebody there?
Yes.
Somebody in the line?
Yeah.
Okay, answer that person quickly.
How are you?
Yeah, good evening.
How are you, sir?
Yeah, this is Romeo Kono calling from
Matadi.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Romeo.
Yeah, I just want to tell the true everything to thank you for the show. But my concern is the horse is the problem in our country, the horse of Senate.
The horse of Senate is the problem. How are you saying?
Yeah, the horse of Senate is the problem in this country. They forget to know that they have the power over the president. If even the president appoints somebody, nominate somebody, they have the power. Once the Latin people are not satisfied with the people, you have to listen to the Latin people and Latin people is working for. What happened yesterday in the country, it was not fair. If are all Quincy Johnson and now is that this country was making chaos. So the horse is creating problem in this country. The horse, I say the horse is the problem in this country. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right. Let's turn back to the panelist.
Yes,
that's it.
Thank you, Henry. Mr. Peabody, Dr. Peabody, welcome, man. Welcome to the closing argument, and
good to see you.
News for today: the appointments of more officials in government, and also the president's trip to Ghana. And then I guess we're expecting any time to join us now. You want to weigh in?
Well, I think the president have the obligation to appoint and fire. There's a new government, and he's still trying to bring in folks into his government. So I think it was important, But I think the appointment today, there were some great names. There are some real great names that he appointed, and I think most of them are really, I would say they are qualified. Some great appointment. We saw names like Simeon Freeman, who was trained in DC, by the FBI. Freeman is a very good, clean officer, well trained, and I think he would bring some dignity and pride to the police department. I think it was a very, very good choice for the appointment of Simeon Freeman. We also saw the appointment of Patrick Dole. I think Patrick is as well qualified, very, very decent young man, educated. He graduated from Wilmington University. He has a master's degree in management, and I believe Patrick will bring some. I mean, it's not his first time working in that area. He worked at the Ministry of Defense before, and he's coming back. So I think Patrick will bring some dignity and pride and some transparency to that department. And there were others that were appointed. I think it was a great choice, and I just wish all of them the best on the appointment here today, and hopefully they actually get to perform, go and serve your country well. Especially I can vouch from my two friends, Patrick and Mr. Seaman Freeman. Very decent man, quiet, but he's well calculated, know exactly what he wants and what he wants to do. I remember a couple last year we tried to get him on the previous shows that we were on. And he like, no, we kept calling to come talk about some of the security, especially when the killing was taking place of the auditor. We met him and we tried to bring him in. He was just cool and calm, but I think the president made the right decision today to appoint Seymour Freeman to that post, and also Patrick. Patrick had been involved with the party for a long time. He has been working in the back, and Patrick will do a great job. Also, we saw Wilma Pay going to Ministry of Lands and Mine. I think Wilma is a hardworking guy. I watch him from the party with what's the guy named the late Dr. Cassell. He was part of that, and I think Woodman is a no nonsense person. He will tell you as it is. He will tell you exactly how he feel and how it should be done. And if you don't like it, he will go. But I remember him on the June 7th protest. He was one of those who was giving remarks on the June 7th protest. Well, very, very educated, well educated guy. And I think women will bring some great substance to the Ministry of Land, Mines, and Energy. I think women will do a good job. As I said, we want to wish this brother all the best. On their appointment, and we just hope that they will discharge, like the duty. They will work in the interest of the Liberian people. They should not follow the excitement and go and fall in the cookie jar. Don't get caught up in the cookie jar. But at least the president live up to the expectation that the president have for you and to put you in that position. So I think today appointment, I think I must admit that it was very, very great. There are some great names. I don't know the other folks. I don't know much about them, but there are a few folks that I saw on that list that will really bring some credibility to the ministry as well. So I just hope that they live up to it. But also on the president traveling, I think to me it has become. I don't know what's the problem about leader. I don't know. They forget that they are serving the people and they were elected by the people when they're leaving the country. It's important that the Liberian people get to know. But if you have the president traveling, there's nothing wrong with the president traveling. But folks are not sneaking the president out of the country and the Liberian, and then the president leave before the country get to know. I don't know whether that is any kind of security reason or anything. But what was the essence of pretty much sneaking the president out of the country? Why not the Liberian people know who's traveling? I mean, where is he going? Who's traveling? Who's on the delegation? I think it's important to let the Liberian people know when the president is traveling and who should be on that delegation and all of that. But, again, I wish him good luck on his trip and, the discussion and meeting with who he needs to meet with. But I think it shouldn't be a secret when the president of Liberia is traveling. I mean, I think the country deserves to know. That's it. So we need to. Well, I wish him good luck on his trip and, his first trip as president of the Republic of Liberia. Ghana is a sister country to us. Ghana, a lot of Liberians live in Ghana and they have been hosts for thousands of Liberians, including myself, since 1990. I was there in 1990 on that refugee camp as well. So it's important. It's important.
Well, I want to welcome for the first time since he became representative from District Number 7, Nima County. He's also the chairman of the Liberty Party, and also he is the Honorable Musa Hassan Birite, and someone who is no stranger to the press. So we want to welcome him. And Mr. Birite will be our guest tonight. And we say Representative B looking relaxed. The representative is looking relaxed. I've been watching him in the house on the hot floor since he got, man. The guy's relaxed, man, and having a voice like honorability in the house, you can rest assured that you'll get real representation. It's not someone that not one of those you say, "Oh, just mayor lawmaker." No, He's there. I mean, we know him. Peabody, tell me what you know about Mr. Ability, man. Tell me what you know about this guy.
Look, Mr. Ability is it's not only a firm and strong businessman. He's a man who will say it as he mean it, who's a go-getter, a man who worked for his people. If you go to Nima prior to even becoming representative, he worked so hard in his town. I mean, he built roads, he built bridges. He's a humanitarian, the Musa Ability Foundation. He's a humanitarian, and you name it. And we saw it today. The bill that he put on the floor, one of the most important that every Liberian has been brazen for, that bill that he brought up today. And we are looking forward to hear more about it. But this is a strong man. This man, Musa Hassan Ability, man, he's a rock. I can tell you, nothing can break him. That's the man I'm talking about. I don't care what you say about him. I don't care what you do to him. He will bounce right back, and you're gonna be stronger than what he is. So, would like to welcome Jim Ability.
No, I don't want to.
Yes, that's the Honorable Musa Hassan Ability, District 7 representing Nima County. In fact, prior to him becoming elected as representative, he undertook a project in Nimba that I visited for the first time in Sacre-Pied. But there's a bridge he's building. He's constructing bridge. They have been there since the funding of that area. In fact, they were using to get across to the other side. I think the president now, yeah, he donated that I don't know how to call it, but how to call that stuff. But using it to the children will get on it and pull it before they can just ride you across. But Mr. Bailey undertook that project, and now that county is open. That part of the county is open. People will be able to drive and make their way across the encyclopedia, a multinational project that costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. Self-help project he undertook, and maybe he'll tell us more about that project as we engage him today. But Mr. Ability, it's good to see you, and congratulations again, and welcome to the closing argument since 2024, and since you became installed as a lawmaker. Welcome, sir.
Yeah. Wow. What a difference few months can make. Dr. Peabody.
Yes, sir.
I've not
Good to
seen
see
you
you.
for a while, man.
Good to see you, sir. Good to see you.
Tomalin.
Yeah, Chairman, what's up?
Look at my chairman. I don't even know what part of the war he is.
Ben?
Yeah.
Ben coming, General.
I have absolutely no idea where my chairman is. And then where is Keff?
Yeah, Keff
We'll
coming.
soon be joining.
He had a doctor appointment earlier, so.
Oh, okay. Yeah, gentlemen, we signed up for this. The struggle to change our country has begun, and we're committed to it. We did not choose to be representative for personal gain. We have set out several goals for ourselves and for our compatriots, like you guys, who have fought harder than some of us, got to where you are, and to ensure that your success in life is not a curse on you, on your country, is the most unfair thing I've seen. And one of the things that pushed me to run for representative is what I did today, to bring fairness to our game, to be fairness to all of us, to you, to your children, that one should not fight so hard only to go and be afraid that you cannot share your success with your people. That Liberians for far too long have been hiding their passport in their back pocket. Some of them have been forced to pass through Ghana, even if they have foreign shorter and cheaper means to leave Liberia, because they didn't want anybody to see that they have foreign passport. It's just wrong. That, Timothy George or Dr. Peabody will come to Liberia. I don't know if Ben got foreign passport. but that you have to come to your own country. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
man, I miss you, man. Come, make it come, man.
I know, right?
Not because your friend are president again, so you're abandoned.
I know, man. I know.
Your uncle, that president, my man.
My uncle, that president, I know.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. So I'm very excited, tonight. The goal is to proffer at least 5 bills this year, very important bills, bills that try to stabilize our country. But personally, for me, this bill was very important. I didn't see the logic in us here designing our constitution, our way of life, be holding on to America in everything we do, and yet when our citizens go there, go through the rigor of becoming American citizens or borning their children, and that those children don't have the opportunity to call themselves Liberians. It was hard for me. So today, honestly, guys, if for any reason I was to even leave the scene at this moment, I feel fulfilled, because this was one thing that I felt that it was just so unfair. So the bill is very comprehensive. It has a complete review of the immigration laws. There are areas where it makes bad references to women. There are areas where we still call ourselves Negroes instead of calling ourselves people of African descent. So we delve into the law, and we made it also good for foreigners. We made it good for foreigners to be able to live in Liberia. Do you know, since 1847, no foreigner can live in Liberia for more than 1 year? It's unbelievable. We changed that. It's also interesting for you to know that Liberia had no restriction on who comes in Liberia to work. Even unskilled labor were allowed. But this bill stops that. All unskilled labor will be, any foreigner who comes to Liberia to work, if you are not skilled, you cannot work here. Same as skilled, you cannot. Those work now will be left with Liberians to do. So it's a comprehensive bill, very long, 58 pages. We've been working on it for the last almost 8 weeks. Very, very, difficult work. I know I will give appropriate credit, but my partner on this bill is Madam Wale Powell. She's the brain behind this bill. She's worked with me from the first page to the 58th page. She's had sleepless nights. We worked hard at it, consulted, and here we are today. very pleased at the reception from the members of the 55th legislature, especially the House of Representatives. It was welcoming. It was very nicely received. It's going into committee room. We will work very hard to get this bill out, within the next 3 to 4 weeks, and put it back on the floor for a debate and a vote. And, we'll move ahead.
So Chairman, Honorable Benedict, so what's the title of this bill? Because it's an amendment. So what's the title of this bill?
No, normally when you're amending the bill, you just refer to that as an amendment to the bill. So you don't change the bill name. So it's still the immigration, alien and immigration and nationality laws of Liberia. What we did is that we are amending the entire bill.
The entire bill?
So, yes, I think I sent the cover to you today. Yeah. So it's our immigration law, the manner in which the references to women, the way in which we have deviated from the original vision of Liberia. If you look at the first constitution, I don't know if any one of you had access to it. The first constitution of Liberia recognized the pioneers who came here. It recognizes their citizenship in America. How did we, gravitate from that? And then we're protecting ourselves so much that now we're protecting ourselves from ourselves. Benji, the son of Ben Sanvee, should not have a Liberian passport. Tomalin, your daughter should not have a Liberian passport. Dr. Peabody, how do you guys wonder why our children in America have no emotional relationship with Liberia? These are some of the reasons. When we claim that, let's go to Liberia, you tell the child, let's go, you go see Liberia for once. But the child sees you trying to get visa for him or her, it's like, is this my country? They know. So we're going to end that. We're going to make Liberia free. If Ben Sanvee want to have an American passport, Tomalin George want to have an American. If you want to be representative, you want to be senator, you want to be president, nothing should stop them. The meaning of the word inalienable right, it means that you cannot be separated from that right. Julius, how are you doing, sir?
I'm doing good, boss man. How are you?
Thank you. So it basically says that it is your inalienable right. How do we make laws? Not even constitution. How do we make law to separate us from our inalienable right? So this bill tried to correct 100-year-old injustice. Liberians will be free to show the American passport, the European passport, as they come in their own country, and they will put it side by side with Liberian passport without any question. You don't have to go to any court to renounce or denounce your success, to be as difficult as it is to get citizenship for other countries. How do you justify trying to hide that from your country? How do you justify your country making law that you must denounce what you have proudly achieved? We want to take this away. And the foreigners also have a part in this bill. In this bill, hey Duke, what's up?
Now you, sir.
I'm okay. Foreigners never ever had a chance to be to live in this country for over a year. This bill allows people who come to do business, people who want to migrate to Liberia, to do so for 10 years. No problem. This bill also allows for visa on arrival for everyone who comes in the country. It allows electronic visa. It makes it brings, it makes coming to Liberia seamless. It doesn't make coming to Liberia, where am I going? What kind of country is this? Are these people part of the world? It brings us on par to the rest of the world. So, guys, I want you to take time. It's in the review process now. It's going to the legislature. So if you read it, you have issues with some of it, this is your time now. You can look at it, and they will be incorporated into the final draft. We will obviously take a road trip to the United States to promote this bill, to ask every Liberian out there, maybe you guys don't know, but when you people stop sending money to this country will stop running as a country. And this bill is to recognize that, without you guys, we cannot live as a country. So it's a shame that it has taken this long, but hey, it's better late than never. We will correct this. We will make sure that once a Liberian, always a Liberian. Nothing must take that from you. It is your natural right. And that right must extend to your children. John McCain of the United States was not born on the soil of America. The laws of America gave his parents the right to call him American. So at the end of the day, we have to give the same. We cannot be saying that we value America, we want to live in America, then our laws are so archaic, colonial, and scared. I don't want to be afraid. I don't want to be afraid of Lofa Julius to the extent that I'm going to stop him from running because I feel that he's going to defeat me. So I'm going to make laws that will say, oh, Lofa Julius cannot run. We want to stop all of that. And that's why this is the first, for this year alone, this is the first of 5 bills that I intend to proffer for my first year. Look, gentlemen, do you know that the Constitution of the Republic of Liberia required the legislature, upon the passing into law of that Constitution, do you know that the Constitution of Liberia requires the legislature to establish a claims court where Liberians, a court where Liberians can petition the government and take action against the government? We don't have a claim court. The Constitution says we must have a claim court since 1987. Because this Constitution, I think, is 1986, and it's still 1 year after passage into law. The legislature must formulate a claims code. As I speak to you right now, I have some lawyers, including Councillor Tiawan Gwanglo, working with me to, finalize the bill calling for the establishment of the claims code. The second bill, the third bill, is the impeachment proceeding. There's no law in Liberia. The Constitution says that 1 year after the coming into effect of the Constitution, the legislature shall establish the measure, the procedure in which anyone can be impeached. Nothing. But it's easier to go and remove a justice without those things. So we're gonna look, guys. We want to put Liberia to the point where we cannot depend on the president to run Liberia. We cannot depend on the president to run Liberia. If president could run country, Donald Trump would have run America down. He did not succeed because America had a system to protect itself. So today is the beginning of series of action. Besides what you see or do on the floor there, and we're very proud of that, we have an agenda that when we leave, the country will never be the same. We'll make sure that we put this country to where it belongs. Now we have the chance to prove to Liberian people who we are and what our true intentions are.
Peabody coming.
John Billington, let me commend you for taking such a bold step, because this is one issue that a lot of the lawmakers, some have kind of turned away, they don't want to be involved, had a lot of, but you took a bold step to try to bring about this bill. One of the things you talk about in this bill that you talk about folks coming to Liberia, if they don't, especially those coming to Liberia and looking for employment, if they don't have prerequisite skills, certain skills that are required that no Liberian have, they will not be allowed to work. That's a great step because we see in the country there are a lot of folks that are there, foreigners that are doing jobs that Liberian could do. You go to some of the hotels like Royal Hotel Boulevard. You have the manager for the bar or the kitchen, everywhere to be either Lebanese or somebody of some foreign descent. How do you plan to go about engaging these folks when the bill is passed? How do you plan to do it?
Look, one of the mistakes that lawmakers have made, and I'm happy, I don't know all, but I speak to a lot of people. And one of my friends told me today that if you make the law, there are several things that comes after. Even the forms people fill in when they apply for visa will change. The forms they fill in when they enter the country, it will change because the law has changed. And also, do you know that until today, the immigration and alien law in Liberia permitted people to say, I'm coming to Liberia to work even though I don't have a skill. It permitted all categories of workers to enter our country. This bill stops that. It makes it easier for the law to say this person is not supposed to be here working. But it also allows for people who bring their own money, establish their businesses, to come and live in the country, apply for residency, and all of the procedures are there and can live and reside in Liberia for at least 10 years. Do you know that every foreigner in the Republic of Liberia has to only be in this country for 1 year? Then we can ask we keep asking ourselves questions. Why foreigners don't invest in our country? Why foreigners don't build? Why foreigners don't do this? Every Lebanese man, every Indian man in Liberia has to renew their residency every year. That's colonial. This law says if you want, you can pay $1,000 and you can extend your residency easy. You can apply online for visa to come to Liberia. You can get on a plane to come to the airport and pay for your visa at the airport and enter Liberia. Kenya, Ghana, so many countries, larger, bigger, better than us, are operating like that. if you want to be different, you have to act different.
Exactly.
So
But
yes,
Chairman,
yes, sir. Go ahead.
let me ask you this. It's 2-in-1. How many of your colleagues are joining you on this bill? And secondly, what about some of the Lebanese that were born in Liberia? But yet and still we don't consider them to be Liberian citizens. We have people from Lebanese descent that were born in Liberia. I mean, they grew up in Liberia, went to school in Liberia. Some of those kids are still not entitled to having Liberian birth certificate or Liberian passport.
This
Was
law
it
would
built?
deal with that. This law would deal with that. This law discriminated against Liberian women. The current law does not allow a Liberian woman to born a child, and that child is called Liberian. This law will deal with that. So every Liberian, when you have a child, your child will be a Liberian. There's nothing in the law now that is going to say when you become 21, you must go declare. when you are Liberian, your parent, one of your parents is a Liberian, you are entitled to Liberian passport. If you choose not to have it, that's entirely up to you. But there will be no law on the book that will prevent you from taking that. You see, we have to protect ourselves. We have to make Liberia, people laugh at us. We don't know. Some of the reason why you are easily recognizable is because of the rules and regulations you carry on in your country. We expect our citizens to be treated properly, but yet we're so xenophobic. We're so xenophobic that now we're even practicing xenophobia against ourselves. So we need to deal with that.
Chairman Ben.
Thank you. Chairman, it's good to see you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm trying to send this message, but it's good to see you, and thank you for doing what you said you will do. I know we had this discussion prior to even you getting elected. This is something that you and I'm not surprised because I know even some of the things that you were talking about, some of the other bills that you were talking about. You were very you remain steadfast in your thought process on wanting to bring about fundamental change. And I know one of the things that we used to talk about, you always used to say you were not really overly concerned about the flashing lights at this moment. You were concerned about the structural issues that have been pulling the country.
Thank you, Ben.
Pulling the country back. And so I'm glad that you are living up to your word. And I think the people of District Number 7, we owe the people of District Number 7 some gratitude for electing you to this position. But let me say this. I agree with you on something. My question has to do with the issue of procedure, just for education purposes. I want you to just let the country. First of all, the president needs to sign this. I know it's an amendment. It's an amendment. It's an amendment to the existing alien and nationality laws. Does it require presidential signature? Again, I mean, I know the answer, but again, like I said, for the education of our people, what is this process? It's now in committee room. It's going to be deliberated in committee room, addition, subtraction, like you're asking for inputs, right? You get it back on the floor for plenary to vote on it. Does it have to go to the Senate? Does it have to go to the president's desk? If it goes to the president, if it's going to go through this process, do you have the support that you're going to need to be able to get it through the Senate and onward? Do you have any commitment from the president if he's going to sign this?
Ben, I'm just the driver, but this vehicle belongs to all of us.
Okay.
The bill today, and I was very excited because there were some technical issues. I'm a new lawmaker, so we should have, laid out, or we should have done certain things. But guess what, Ben? Because of the respect that we have earned from our colleagues in the House, they gave me 2 dispensations today, just on today. Number one, they said, we were, in fact, 2 lawmakers walked to me and say, Chairman, everybody what I can call me Chairman on National Security. So everybody can call me Chairman. So they said,
you chairman, huh? What?
yeah.
Chairman, chairman.
One lawmaker walked to me and say, Chairman, this bill there's certain thing that's supposed to be there, it's not there. But it had to oppose you because everybody likes you in this building. So I will not oppose you. We'll go in the House, we'll go in the committee room, we'll fix it. And none of the lawmaker got up because the rule is that the entire bill has to be read on the floor. And none of the lawmaker got up. The chairman always takes the and prompt for a motion to waive that section. So it tells you the kind of just on today, I got 11 lawmakers that agreed to sponsor this bill. Just today, I got 0 opposition to the bill. So I am confident that the House will pass this bill. In the upper house, I've already started taking to my compatriot. I know I had a chance moment with Senator Dillon today, and he and I talked about it. And I told him, I know you support this bill because I got your recording 4 weeks ago, and we were just joking. I said, you just told me 4 weeks ago that you support. So we joke about it, but he definitely supports the bill. All right. So again, and I'm happy that we have goodwill in the 2 houses. And then guess what? Everybody needs this bill. Everybody has connections in America. Everybody has family everywhere in the world. And everybody wants Liberia to be seen in the light of a global country. So yes, when it's passed by the House, it's in committee room now. The good thing also, and I want to thank the Speaker for that, one of the committees that is dealing with this bill is my committee also. So
they have national security implications. Yeah. Okay.
Yes. So we've already started talking today. It's headed by the Committee on the Judiciary. We already started talking today. So there'll be movement as of next week. And then we want to use the next 2-3 weeks to go over this bill, have a retreat on it, the committee to do the nitty-gritty, and also allow you guys to sell the bill, to let Liberians in America read it. Maybe there are things that we've forgotten. Maybe there are some correction that we need. This is the moment for that now. So sometimes when you rush it, you miss something and you never, get to go back on it. So it will go through that. When it comes back to the House, hopefully we'll pass it and then we'll take it to the Senate. But the good news for me is, while it is in the lower house, we have already started speaking to senators for support on this. So I'm very privileged to tell you that I have a personal relationship with at least 16 of the 30 senator, 29 senators that are in the building right now. So this bill is going to sail through. And but yes, it will have to go to the Senate, and then once the 2 of them pass it, it goes to the president there to sign. The president has to sign it in a certain period. Again, I'm just coming in this place, so I don't know all of the rules, but he has to sign it in a certain period. If he doesn't sign it and he doesn't send it back, it automatically becomes law. So, but it's a huge movement. I would expect that we'll make a lot of light out of there. We'll invite some of you guys to come down to participate in the signing ceremony of this bill that for the first time will link you to your country without any prejudice. So yes, and we will come to the United States to try to promote this bill to our Liberians, to call your senator, call your lawmaker, tell them to support this bill. It helps you. It makes it easier for you to come. You don't have to go to Washington or the other place to get visa. You know, just get your Liberian passport and get on the plane. And when you're ready to go to America, you show your American passport. When you come to Liberia, you show your Liberian passport. You are free to move. You want to be representative, you want to be senator, you can be. Can you imagine? Look at the face of this screen right now. Can you imagine if some of you found your way into being representative senators in our country? Liberia cannot lose. Do you know what we are losing by keeping you guys away from our politics? Do you know what we are losing? We're losing brains, we're losing experience, we're losing people who have been trained in the best part of the world. I think that that's fair to this country. So it's yes, Ben. So that's the
Thank you.
process. Yeah.
When you gone? Good. Lofa.
Chairman Billy, good to
Yes,
see
sir.
you on. Good to see you on here again. I wasn't opportune to congratulate you, but I'll use this opportunity to congratulate you on your victory. Go and serve your people well. My question with this bill, I want to speak to this particular bill, especially the once a Liberian, always a Liberian bill that we are discussing here. How much work have you done with your constituents? Because and the reason I'm asking this here is simple. Very often, a lot of Liberians, even when Derek DeLong came up, they opposed such great idea to keep our society inclusive. Okay, some of them oppose it for reason best known to themselves, but I feel like once the people are informed, they will actually buy into the idea. So I want to know, how much work have you done as far as being able to explain this to your constituents so that they can see reason to support you and reach out to senators and other people um, to really buy into this idea?
Lofa, thank you for that question. My people were the first people that I set out to inform. Obviously, as a lawmaker, I have to give them my agenda for the year. So I informed them that these are the processes, and I broke it down for them. Because in Nima County, we have massive, very high population of Liberians in the United States, if not the highest. So therefore, it's easy to resonate in Nima to say your sister, your cousin, their children that are in America, this bill will allow them to come freely. If they want to be represented, they can run. If they want to be senator, they can run. Your grandchildren will be entitled to citizenship simply because their parents are Liberian, natural born Liberians. So my people bought it. They're excited. They're happy about it. My agenda, the other bills that I named to you, my people already are aware of my agenda. But I agree with you. It is important that you sell what you want to do to your people first and foremost. Even if there are things that don't concern them a lot, but let them not be surprised. Because somebody from outside can come, or detractor can come and misinterpret it. So you are right, and thank you for this. So we're on top of. We have a very robust office system. We have a good network. Yeah, this program that you and I are on right now is being broadcast throughout in my district. In Nimba County alone, we have 2 radio stations. One is beaming towards the southeast, which you guys are being heard there now, and the other one is beaming towards uh, the northern Liberia, towards Guinea and Africa. So, Nima Kante is listening on Troop 96.1.9 and Troop 96.1, and they know that I'm doing this, and they're happy that I'm doing it.
Duke?
Thank you, Chairman. It is great to see you. Congratulations. I know I haven't had an opportunity to say that formally, but
Yeah, Duke, man.
publicly,
Man.
publicly, I'm happy that you're able to get that too. Chairman, one of the things that um, you know during the entire campaign period, but one of the things that I remember, just being very focused on is how well versed you are, and this whole thing about progress, and the way in which you value that aspect. So it doesn't come as a surprise that you're pushing for such a reform. Um, the first thing here is, there will be people out there who may have a little bit of skepticism about the bill. There's been the different arguments that have been put forth in terms of, Liberians or our brothers back home, and protecting their own interests. And you may mention the reference of the jobs and all of those things there. What do you intend to do to be able to put people at ease? Possibly by bringing more clarity about the bill and just letting them know that this is not about taking something away from you, but possibly being more inclusive to consider everybody. That's the first part I want to angle to.
Okay, so thanks, Duke. One of the things that I try to do, not to make myself a populist leader. Populist leaders always say only the things that people want to hear. I don't want to be that kind of leader. So there will be time that I will do things that majority will not like, but it's just the right thing to do. If anybody is opposed taking a compatriot, Duke, born in Liberia, delivered in Liberia, naturally, if I offend anyone trying to reconnect him to his country, as leaders, we have to be careful not to always want people to clap for you. Sometimes the clap can come later. For me, I did not consider whether or not this bill is going to be a popular bill. What I consider was that it is a just bill. It is to bring justice to my fellow compatriots. It is to bring justice to my own children. I have children in America that have American passport. They enjoy moving because they are under 18. But at some point in time, if this law is not passed, they will be under some kind of visa. My daughter informed me that she wants to do diplomacy and political science. It means that she intends to follow her father's footsteps to become a politician. Should I leave a legacy of discrimination for her to deal with? No. I don't want to leave a Liberia that will tell my daughter to say, you can't run to be president, or you can't be vice president, or you can't be representative, because the law that is in this country does not allow you to be. She will ask herself, but my father, a lawmaker, what did he do? So yes, there are times that I understand, Duke, that people may not like what I'm doing. And so far, I'm not saying that. But there are some politicians who, may just be afraid of competition. But at this point in time, Duke, We just have to learn to do the right thing. We have to learn to do the right thing. And the right thing is Tomalin George, Duke, Peabody, Lofa, Ben Sanvee, their children. There should be nothing that will stop them from being Liberian and from doing what. And I'll defend that energy. And I'm happy that this bill has received some very positive feedback, and also even from the upper house, my colleagues that I'm talking to, I met about 4 or 5 senators today. They're all excited about the idea. This bill is the elephant in the room, my brother. If you see many Liberian officials going to Ghana, they're not going Ghana because they want to go Ghana. They're going Ghana because they cannot travel. They cannot show, when you get on SN Brussels and you say that I'm going to America, you got to show visa, green card, or passport. They can't do that because somebody is going to go and photocopy that and start blackmailing them. I believe that is only righteous to make sure that happens. So this is where I found myself.
Thank you, Chairman. Just my final question there. You've been on the outside, and never been a lawmaker before. But as a businessman, you've encountered a lot of the challenges in our private sector, some of them from legislation. And I know in the past, you've made some references in terms of those roadblocks that have been used to stop the flow, especially for business owners in Liberia. When you walked in the House of Representatives, what was the most surprising thing to you when you became, a member of that body? What's that one thing that you believe that was a little shocking that you didn't expect just as an outsider but coming in? And then in terms of the business aspect, what are those things that you believe from your end that can be done by our lawmaking body to be able to improve the ease of business in the private sector and probably help the government in making sure we can see a rapid expansion when it comes to small businesses in our country?
My biggest surprise was that being a businessman, self-sufficient, I had this feeling that I was going to get a little bit resistant from the flow, that I was going to find it difficult to find my feet. But surprisingly, I'm mellowing in. One of the biggest mistakes you will make when you enter that building is to think that you're better than anybody. I never feel that way. I'm very proud that most of the young men and women in that building defer to me, but I never make anybody feel that I'm better than them. If you do that, you'll just be shouting whole day, and the people will go on with their business. So for me, I read the body language. I work with people. I made sure that I was very shocked that it was not difficult for me to mellow in. I have to tell you, I got in very easily. People, today, in fact, people are fond of me now. Every committee they want form, people can jokingly say, "You put national security there," because we're building bonds, and I was surprised at that. Also, one of the things that I've observed is that Liberians don't know about parliamentarian, proceeding, but they should take time. If they think that the House of Representatives is noisy, let them go and watch the British Parliament. In Japan, Japan is number 3 in the world. The parliament, they fight. They take all their cards and fight. So parliamentarian procedure means that you must shout. If you don't shout, nobody's going to listen to you. If you don't tell the speaker, order, order, he's not going to listen to you. So I believe me, surprisingly, I look up to Tuesday and Thursday. It's fun. We're doing a bit, and the House of Representatives, believe me, very strong. You know, today we send the communication back to the president because it did not come the right way. There was a expenditure bill that came under the signature of the Minister of State. We send it back. We say, only the president can write us to say that. Last week. So I feel good. You know, I feel that, you know, we can stay here and change the country, but never make a mistake to tell Yeke or anybody else in the house or make them feel that you are better than them. That would be the end. You're not going nowhere. Me, I enter the house. I don't tell nobody my name Musa Berede. I'm chairman. I'm businessman. I got security behind me. I route a full car convoy. Nope. You're a lawmaker. I'm lawmaker. You call me honorable. I call you honorable. I respect you. You respect me. And start to shout. No children business that we all shout. Because that's how it goes. You got to make the other people feel that you believe that you are just like them. I proffered a bill today, there was no resistance to it. Even to the minor procedural errors that was on the bill, there was support all over. That's because the people have resonated with you. If they don't resonate with you, you ain't going nowhere. For me, that's what I do. So it's a game that you have to master. But I was very surprised that, you know, it was that much easier to immerse myself into the parliament.
Thank you. It's good about this bill. Welcome this bill. This bill is long overdue. So we are happy that I'm sure from the viewers' comments it tells you that everyone welcome this bill because it's true that when you get to Robert's fee, they're asking you for your status and all these kinds of stuff. And librarians trying to go home, and most librarians are investing in the country. They got to go to the embassy, go to either New York or go to Washington D.C. for visa to go to their own country that they were born in. That they're building their homes, they are invested there, and they are sending remittances there. So it's good. We support this bill, and we pray that as this bill enter committee's room, that when the final version is out, we will welcome you again during the course of it to come and talk about this bill. And we are hopeful that this bill will pass the House and the Senate and the President, and it will become law in our country. We look forward to that. Talking about national security, let us go straight to this issue about what happened yesterday. We have a very young, well-trained military and official, someone who is highly respected in the military. Liberia invested a lot of money into him. Now we found out that he's retired now. He's retired, and he left his position, he resigned, and so forth. But Chairman, I'm sure you're aware of what happened. I'm sure you know, as Chairman of National Security, I'm sure you're in the loop of all what transpired. The Liberian people are watching or listening to you tonight. Can you tell us the depth of which, how much you know that led to this protest, and the Minister of Defense meeting with the president, and the wives of the soldiers meeting with the president? Eventually, he had to resign, and the president accepted his resignation and addressed the nation. and so forth. And second to the question, people are. Do you think there was a right way it was handled? The person handled the right way by by the defense minister resigning and accepting the right away? You think other people will not do it tomorrow and say, "Well, we made noise too, maybe it will happen"? What's your take on it?
Well, we met the army, the house, someone, the high command of the AFL today, we spoke to them beyond closed door. Yesterday, on Saturday evening, not Saturday, Sunday, the speaker called for leadership meeting for 10 o'clock yesterday. I was in Nimba, so I got up 4:30, and I was in Banga by 5:30, and I met the women on the road in Banga. And I went to them, and I told them, I introduced myself to them, and they said, "Oh, no, that you people we complain to, and you didn't listen to our complaint. We're not going to let it pass." But one of them said, because the mayor is from Nimba, and so we're not going to let it pass. So I turned around and went back to Nimba. Based on what the army briefed us with today, there was a serious mistake. The army was fully aware of what was happening. They advised our politicians as to the best way to prevent it, and they didn't follow the army's advice. And that's what got us to where we are. And it was wrong. What happened to Prince Johnson is unfair. The danger we're playing with is that the military should not be polarized. The army, look, here are the facts. This was a mutiny by the army, whether you like it or not. They were behind it. Their wives were doing it. They were supporting their wives. Well, I'm going to talk less on it because the House set up a committee today, comprising the Committee on National Defense and the Committee on National Security. We're going to go to the bottom of this. I didn't go to my people, spend 2 years working for my people, begging them to elect me, for somebody, to come and try to, disrespect me. The armed forces of Liberia threatened the Republic of Liberia yesterday. Whether you like it or not, you can say anything you want to say. That's what they did.
I'll do so.
At the end of the day, it was, but the regrettable part was that the army advised the Senate not to confirm the minister.
Wow.
Because they needed, they already knew, our army is more sophisticated than we thought. They already knew that there was tension. They already knew that there was some internal wrangling. And they said, delay this process so that we can go and deal with this situation, and then you can go on with the confirmation. That advice was not heeded.
Wow.
So at the end of the day, we would learn a lot of lesson from this. You cannot take gun and give it to a certain people and keep them in a certain condition that is not correct. The army has been living in a very bad condition. We need to change that. We need to improve the army life. We need to make sure, look, defense is not cheap. In America, you can be standing in line with 200 people, the soldier people can go and pass and go get in the plane. They treat them special. We got the military hospital that you have to go here, the army can pay for it before they are treated there. Yes.
Wow.
The 14 military?
Yes.
Oh.
The schools that is on the barrack, the army paying their children paying. That just 4 or 5 days ago, the president ordered that the school is become free. So we are you know, I wouldn't say that because we're in secret session, but I asked some tough questions today. But my point is, the armed forces of Liberia let their guard down deliberately on the Liberian people. I think they should never have done that. But on the other hand, they knew that there were problems. The speed at which the Minister of Defense was appointed tells me that maybe somebody wanted the Minister of Defense out. So, because at the end of the day, he was confirmed Friday and appointed Friday. And all that we see here, that the army was against that confirmation. Not to say reject the minister, but delay the confirmation, so that the people who are protesting, because the command staff, the military high command, knew that the protest was being backed by the military. And so their way of trying to avoid it was to say, delay the confirmation. They did not listen to the army. And so the Senate, I'm not sure it were all of the senators, but those who confirmed, this could have been avoided. So we have to investigate. There was some army people that this thing was well orchestrated. Most of these women at the places where they created roadblocks, they were deployed there. Do you know that the army informed us today that almost half of the women that were in the protest were not related to them?
Oh,
they were not their wives.
Wow.
They could have been maybe their sister, their cousins, or their whatever. But their wives were in very less number as compared to the number of people that show up. So for me, this thing needs to be investigated. And I have been charged with the responsibility of investigating what happened. And those who are going to be found culpable will be dealt with under the law, whether it is the UCMJ or whatever process that we have. Because if that is not done, if this thing happened the way it happened and no one in the army is held responsible, it will happen again.
But Chairman Bilty, I just read an article today that the Senate did not even have a quorum to vote to confirm General Prince Johnson. They did not have the forum, and they still went ahead and did that. That they were violating, I think, Article 81 or something. They did not have a quorum, but they still went ahead and confirmed it.
Well, as a representative, I don't want to just rush into how the Senate does its business. I'll be crossing my boundary. But I'm just give Chief Harry. At the end of the day, the army told us today that they advised against the confirmation to delay it so that they can remove the tension and then they can carry on the confirmation. That didn't happen. But we want to know why did that. And the good thing is, the House of Representatives have the right to summon anybody. So we will ask questions, and those who were told to make sure this is happening, will call them and ask them why they did not yield to that advice. You know what it means to take a decorated soldier who has dedicated 18 years of his life to serve this country with distinction and just end his career like that? Are we aware of what we're trying to break? All this so-called army we're talking about here. Let me tell you something. There are just few people that were trained. I think there are 4 or 5 of them. That one we just got rid of. So it's not an easy thing. And so my main fear now is that we need to be careful. We investigate this. I know the president has set up the board, but we don't work for the president. We work for ourselves and Liberian people. The Constitution of the Republic of Liberia, in Article 34A and B, gave the legislature the exclusive right to provide for the security of the state. The security of this country is our primary responsibility, and we will not fail that. There are a lot of lapses. We don't have an NSA head. That's a problem. We don't have an immigration head. That's the problem. So the intelligence community, the security community is not complete. And just today, the police appointment was completed.
Yes.
So hopefully, most of these things, will be dealt with. But I'm just letting you know that we're not taking this lightly. What happened was mutiny that is orchestrated indirectly. You can take it anywhere you want to take it that you business.
Got to
But
love
the
it
truth
now.
of the matter is that
Chairman.
I mean, he said it. Duke said it yesterday. He did.
let me tell you something. If Duke sits in his house and I go visit him and his son insult me and Duke says nothing, that Duke calls me. Look, the Speaker of the House, they almost kidnapped him.
Oh.
Yes. The Speaker went, it's not funny. The Speaker went to the barrack, Duke. They were throwing talk at him. They look at the Speaker and say, look at the shoe you wear here. You don't know that they are shoe here, it can feed us. They can expect to see you wear here. Is that how the army talk? Now we know that, let me now go back to my Mozambique said, because yeah. Let me just let me just stay as a lawmaker. But it was not okay.
So
it was not okay, and things happen, and it will be corrected. And
is he still there?
I think he froze a little bit. But guys, I mean,
okay, that was you. So I'm gonna let me go here, and I apologize just based on the last statement that you made about
he froze. He dropped off. He's coming back.
He dropped off. Yeah, I think so.
But I mean, while Lofa's waiting for the chairman, this is everything I said yesterday, and I said it's a major issue. There's a problem within the AFL that needs to be looked at. And the chairman just said it tonight. I mean, what transpired over the past few days is a major issue, and it has all of the tools, right, to create unnecessary stability in that country. You cannot overlook it. And tonight we're hearing details.
It's kind of scary. It's kind of scary that
Scary, very scary though.
it's
Scary.
scary that it even
Because
got to that. It got to that extent
yeah,
where
especially so that we're not even the people,
Yeah.
not even the,
right people who are not
consider us
even
lives.
people who are not even part of the
Those are
military is
facts.
Yeah.
Those are facts.
well organized and orchestrated. I mean,
I
it's
think
kind
he's
of
back.
scary.
I think he's back. I think the
But
chairman.
Chairman Bill, I mean, the last statement you made earlier was the at the barracks people were referencing the shoes of the speaker, right? And they were concerned that I guess they felt to some extent he's making more money. Will you agree with me that your income is public information?
It should be. I don't know if it is up to now, but it should be public information.
Okay, and in that light, then I want to ask the question. My follow up question to that would be: you started on a great path, great footing, you good bills thus far, and I'm listening to you talk about these great things and your involvement with the recent incident with security. Will you also take on the initiative to make sure that your income and that of your colleagues is made public to prevent people from assuming that you're making outrageous amount of money that you shouldn't be able to afford a pair of shoes? And in addition to that, have you declared your asset and will you consider making it public?
Thank you. There will be nothing that our Musa has ability, Representative District Number 7 in Makati, will do in the house that will not be open to the public. Starting from next week, we're putting out we have our website, the Ability Movement, and then we have the Ability Development Foundation. The website will carry everything about us. For your information, we are entitled to about. I'm in leadership, so I'm entitled to 17 employees. I am actually employing 35 people. And the reason is I'm taking my salary and then spreading it further so that more and more people from my district can have the chance to work. And all of them are working in the district. And I have, for instance, in my district, education of coordinator, health coordinator, agriculture. We started our agriculture program last weekend. We had the first workshop so that district, the goal is within 24 months, we will be self-sufficient in rice production. As I speak to you, we're already ordering machine from China to come and help in aiding the production of rice. So I will, Julius, I promise you, I will make my salary public to Liberian people. As a lawmaker, I'm not even being logged into the system. It is only today that I was told to give my account number and my account information. I don't want to give any information that is not correct. So I will wait for the first money to hit my account, and that will be my salary. So I will know how much comes to me. All right. And I would like to know also that how my tax is deducted, and I would like to have a receipt of my tax payment. Okay. And then I will let the Liberian people know. For the record, I was the one who brought for a motion in the House. Every member of the House must declare their asset, and it must be published. And I'm happy that motion was passed.
Wow.
And I'm telling you now, Julius, I will declare my asset. I've not declared my asset. I've been busy. I will declare my asset before the next by next week. My asset will be fully declared to the LACC, and also it will be published. This network will have immediate access to my asset, and
Thank you.
I will pay for publication in the newspaper as to what is my asset, and then after 2 years, I own a business. I may not be running the business right now because I'm in the house, but I own a business. So after 2 years, I think the law requires that after every 2 or 3 years, you come back again and amend your assets declaration form. I will do that. The purpose of us coming into this house is to prove to all of you that if Liberia will have to change, it's not from the presidency. This country, I think by now you will have come to the cold realization that change in Liberia is not going to come from the top. It's
No.
going to come. It's going to come from where I sit right now. There are 73 men, a total of 105 men, to say they can change this country. I'm proud to be one of them. And those who, I'm not making promises that I will not meet. I'm already spending a lot of money in my district. Nobody should think that I will make a promise that I will not meet. I employ my people, I pay them myself. That's what I'm trying to say. 17 of them will be employed by the government. The rest will be employed from my pocket. It'll be my own money because they need to work. I went to my district. My district is divided into 4 regions. I call all of the heads and say, you bring this person, you bring this person, you bring this person. And I employ them.
Wow.
I took position from this region. So, it's very balanced. The 95% of the people who voted for me are Mano or Gio people. 98% of the people who occupy those positions are Mano and Gio people. Out of the 35 people, I have 2 Mandingos. One of them is a driver, and one of them is a security. The rest are the people. They are the people who voted for me. And that's what they deserve. And so at the end of the day, we're going to be running, my vehicle that I'm going to get from the house. I've already made plan. I'm going to use it. I'll tap it up and buy 2 ambulances for my district. That is already in place.
Teacher.
Yes. So we're going to do it differently. But I'm telling you, Lofa, when it comes to transparency, you will not get it any better than you'll get from me. I will be transparent. You can hold me to that. I will not do anything. I told the speaker today that the budget must include significant amount of investment, direct investment into the district. And I told him I will walk away from that budget if that is not done. And I mean that. So we're here for a purpose. And we will not let you down. I know so many people have let you down on the way. It is tough though, I won't lie to you. It's tough. So that's why you see, I didn't come in that building acting big and bad on any representative. I didn't come in that building acting like I'm better than any representative. I treat everybody that myself, and believe me, it works perfectly. When you respect a man, he will respect you. And that's what I do. And that will never change. That will never, ever change.
Dude.
No, I mean, it's pretty. It is refreshing to hear. The chairman. I can't. I can't call him anything else but the chairman. So you're part of me. I think
Yes.
Oh yeah. You're from your CPP. Okay.
besides the CPP, I tell you, general chairman. Come on, man, don't bring politics. You'll be fine. But great clarity on the happenings of the AFL, and all of the things that you believe transpired. Chairman, this puts a lot of focus on the NSA as well, because if we have this level of vulnerability in the AFL, I suggested yesterday that the government, our public officials should start looking, the president should start looking at the NSA and see how best it can be able to better assist it in gathering the necessary intelligence to make sure that these things that are happening, right, that we have some level of control about. Because if we had a strong NSA, some of these things would have been made available prior to what transpired over the last couple of days. But my question here to you, Chairman, in addition to the bill that you're pushing, I know we've heard some whispers, especially from the Honorable Yeke Koluba and other people about their the quest to push a bill in support of the establishment of a war and economics crimes court. That's been one of the most consistent conversation over the past a couple of years. Especially I would say about 16 plus years, if not. For some individuals, this has become a political gimmick. But for the more than 250,000 Liberians that lost their life, and including families who move beyond that point, there's still this lingering issue when it comes to the lack of accountability. Will you be supportive of the establishment of that bill? And if you are going to be in support of it, why do you think such a bill is actually necessary when it comes to moving Liberia forward? You've talked about progress. You've made references to your district. The people of Nimba are some of those Liberians that were greatly impacted by the atrocities in that country. Not specifically naming any other person, but just speaking from a general standpoint. Will you support that bill? And do you think, or why do you believe it is the right thing to do?
So the issue of the war crime, as we are today, there are some fundamental questions that has not been answered, and I always say, Duke, the beginning is very important. The war crime code is not a resolution. You cannot establish a code with a resolution. You establish a code with terms of reference. That for me, those answers need to come first. Where are we establishing the war crime code? What period? And it leaves behind some period. Are those people not as important as the other period? Are we going to have a war crime code that takes care of our historical imbalances and deal with them holistically? Or are we going to say, okay, let's create a war crime code to cover the 1990 war, or the 1980 coup, or from the Fernando Po slave trade, where Liberians were enslaved into Fernando Po, or from the 1979 rice riot. Along all these lines, people were killed illegally, unfairly, unjustly. We need to ask ourselves, what is the statute of limitation? Under our current law, murder has no statute of limitation. So therefore, if you write a letter to say, open a war crime code, then you are just being political. You also have a situation where the Supreme Court struck down the TRC report. How do we deal with that? How do we now look into what the Supreme Court said and correct that if we are going to open a war crime code? I will not allow myself to be bogged down on the issue of the war crime code until the proponents of the war crime code needs to come clean and tell us whether this war crime code is meant to just target a few individuals or is meant to resolve the issue of injustice over a certain period of time. When those are answered, and they are answered adequately, and all of the legal, are you bringing a new judge? Are you bringing a foreign judge? Where are you getting the judge from? What law are you going to use? Currently, there's no law allow there's no law in Liberia that allows for a foreign judge to come and preside over a case in our country. So you're going to have to change that law. You're going to have to make sure of all of these. Maybe we are part of a treaty. Maybe it's going to be to the United Nations, since we are part of the United Nations. So we need to make sure so that those who are held accountable can have also a process where if the court rules against them, they should also have access to appeal. They should be given the opportunity to appeal. So the court is not an election, it's not a campaign. It's a fundamental issue that has to do with the life of over 250,000 Liberians or more. I would prefer that we deal with it in a way that it answers all of the questions as far as atrocity is concerned. To
Chairman,
selectively,
yeah, no. Thanks for.
ahead.
I'd like to, further my conversation on that particular issue. And thanks for taking your time to respond, and thanks for exerting your opinion. But let me say
Absolutely.
do you believe that those who have been found to have violated the laws of Liberia to cause atrocities should be prosecuted? Number one. Number two, since you are being progressive, you're in the process of putting forth a landmark reform bill. You're speaking about all of the things that we need to be able to move the country forward. And you're speaking about justice. It sounds like those are languages and things that hold, have value to you. Your international partners are fixated on pushing this agenda. Looking at all of the challenges or all of the concerns that you have, will you be able to put yourself in a position where you're making those suggestions to those who are pushing that agenda to make sure that we have, a bill put forth for the establishment that considers all of the concerns you have? Now, if all of those concerns that you have are addressed, are you in support of holding people accountable for the actions, be it if it happened in 1990 or the year before? Regardless, are you saying that you're still in support of those who violate the laws of Liberia, who've been held responsible for the atrocities committed in that country?
Look, I am not a proponent of the War Crime Code for my own reason, but I'm not an opponent of it. All right? I'm not one of the lawmakers that are proposing the war crime code, but I'm not opposed to it. I'm not opposed to it. My position on the war crime code is that there are attending issues that I would like to see it addressed. And when those issues are addressed, I will have no objection to it. In the action, you see, I was here in the war. The war met me in Liberia. I suffered. I lost my mother during the war. The late President Joe and my mother died on the same day.
Wow.
In the heat of the war.
Sorry to hear that.
Of the war. I know what it is to lose a loved one during the war. My approach to it is that we need to ask ourselves to sign a piece of paper to say, let's bring a war crime code. There are, first of all, security-wise, what do we, if we're going to open a code, all those, the international community, are they prepared? And are they prepared to commit themselves to the things that will make sure that while the war crime code is here, those things are in place, and that the country is secure. Why the are those are those things in place? So if the proponents of the war crime code comes to me and satisfy all of my questions, I will have absolutely no objection to it.
Keff.
Chairman Billity, how are you?
Yeah, what's up, man?
How about you, my brother? How are you?
You looking
Well,
good.
thank you. That's the opposition life. uh, let me disagree with you a couple of things that you said. Well, first of all, you said something that you said Lebanese people, every year they renew the papers. I'm like, wow. So Mo Ali, Moda renew the paper every year too. So
You know, my man. Yeah.
Well, like grandma, okay.
So let me go.
And
Let me go.
Kevin crazy, man.
Let me go. Let me go. With what I disagree with you. When you talk about the incident that happened with the army wives, and you said the army people said to you that half of the people were not army wives, but then I quickly look at a press conference that I saw today, that the army wives actually were at your building, the Capitol building, and saying to the world that we did it. Nobody was there. Nobody was. It's on OKFM. So I'll disagree with you on that. They're on record taking responsibility. So I don't know, and I think they do. That's the right under
but Kev,
under
you of
Article
course.
17. Under Article 17,
Mhm.
to assemble. That's a constitutional right. So I believe that's the right. You see, some of the right that people enjoy in our government, right? People enjoy it now. That's part of the right. Let people enjoy the right. You remember
Oh,
early
God.
student burn tire, the burn tire, the black rose and everything. The Unity Party hailed them. You remember with the early student burn tire and the black road? The Unity Party government hailed them. So I think we should and at least let's give the army wives let's give them that right, because one thing the Unity Party taught us, that as a citizen, that's your country, you can do whatever you want to do. So I don't think they have that right to go against. But
Kev,
mhm.
Kev, the army mutiny was not against the Unity Party. It did not. It was not. That's the army of the Republic of Liberia. That's our army. The point is, they had other means to resolve the issue. And like I said, the leadership did proffer solutions, at least temporary solution, that would have given the president and everybody else the chance to deal with this issue. That was ignored. So I'm not saying the army thing is not a unity party thing. Even during your time, sometimes the army used to be shaking up. But you people, maybe you have a different way of dealing with them. But dealing with the army is always complicated. But I do agree that they also are not living in the best of conditions. And now we, as the lawmakers, we will make sure that the army condition is improved, so that they will not have to go through the struggle. Not just the army, the police, immigration, all of the and military personnel in our country, the men and women in arms, we need to make sure that they are happy and they are taken care of. So we don't want CDC for the unity party. And you keep acting like there are only two parties in the country. You know? Not two parties in Liberia.
Yeah, well, but let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. I wake up this morning.
Now.
I wake up. I wake up this morning.
Huh?
You can hear me? You can hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Kev.
Okay.
I hear you clearly.
Yeah, I woke up this morning and some of our insiders told us that I think I called Tomalin Judge and told him about it, that JMB left this country unannounced this morning, unannounced, and his vice president to not in the country. According to the letter he put up after that, talking about, Brisbane will be running the country in consultation with the vice president, and the vice president also not in the country. I'm actually, when you guys learned that, I mean the lawmakers at JMB was not in the country, because the country didn't know.
No, that we knew. The president wrote.
That's why I'm asking when.
Oh, we only come in session today. But it doesn't mean that we got a letter today. We were rare in session today. The speaker received communication that the president informing the house that he was traveling to Accra, and that the minister of state was left in charge of the cabinet.
Okay,
the vice president being out of the country. The vice president does not have a lot of very hectic duties. You know that.
But
so
he
the
left.
president is the vice president, but he's not actively in the administration of the country.
He left the country and unannounced because it was not on the mansion website. Normally, because according to the statement that they put out,
you mean the president?
Yes, because the statement they put out is a working visit. After the whole thing leaked out, the mansion then put it up. So it was already out there before it went on the mansion website. So, but you saying, yeah, you guys know, but I know you're a politician. You're not going to say nothing. But
you are speaking to.
I know who I'm talking to.
You are speaking to Representative Musa Pelede. I'm not Kula for Para. I don't answer for Joseph Waka.
You're right. You're right. But I'm asking you a question.
I'm not a Unity Party representative either. I am chairman of the Liberty Party, chairman of the CPP. I know as a member of the House of Representatives, President Boga wrote us we received. Today was our session. Today and Thursday are the only day we meet. And the speaker informed us.
But we believe that if it's a plane trip, if he said walking visits, he and his brother Kufa will be talking business. You live in the country, the Liberian people, they ain't see you, nobody, undercover, in the dark. How will we believe that you
That's only witness when you leave, they must see you leave.
He's the president. He should be.
Don't make me.
No, but what I'm saying to you is
no.
What I'm saying to you, Musa.
Yeah, the man got private jet. The man went with Oscar. That's 7 o'clock flight. So you don't expect anybody to be straight. The man is a president.
No, wait. But man, he's not UP spokesman. Leave me.
No, but you ask the question now.
I'm not asking the question, my man. Hey, I check on, but what I'm saying to you, Musa, you can go ask her. I went with that plane. I know how long the daylight you can see you. They can see you. I used that plane to Ghana when I was going to Ghana. That daylight, they can see you. But he went undercover.
Oh.
And nobody knows, not even the website of the mansion. After a leak, boom, they put it there. But they campaign against this. They say, oh, Joe, we are going, we see nothing on the website.
Campaign against what?
They campaign against that. Oh, we're not seeing one on the mansion. Tomalin George is one of the people who were very, very strong on the mansion. Very, very strong. We're not seeing this. No details. That's vague. No details. So I wish Tomalin George to answer that. If the lawmaker cannot answer that. Vague. That's going undercover.
I will text you pull up for phone number so you can answer all these questions. But for me, there's no law that say the president must travel. Everybody must see the plane flying in the air. There's no law that says that. He already finished saying where he's going, and he's saying when he's coming back. That's it.
Oh, God.
He didn't say he's going for 30 days or 2 weeks.
Yeah, but I mean, Rahul Rakami, but that's early morning flight because when I checked today, they said he went on a commercial flight, so that made that early morning flight where, but maybe Kev asked because he see people go to the airport to go pay him.
No, but at least you can on a working visit, you can inform the public.
But on the mansion website,
the public don't have the right to know.
Okay, that release here, man. The release right here.
No. In Kev's defense, though, that was after it was leaked out.
After it was leaked
out, then they came as in defense of themselves. But anyway, let's give Robert choose.
Mr. Representative, well, it's great seeing you after heated elections. So it's great to see you back on and interacting with you again. I think he's frozen. Can you hear me, Representative Ability?
He's frozen.
Yeah, I think he's frozen.
He's frozen. But I mean, why he comes back on? I think Kev is absolutely correct in this, though, because it's the same thing that some of us frown at when President Weah was in office. These sneaky behaviors, and I'm definitely going to ask on the mobility on this thing here, like
but
sneaking out of the country, and then
the
sneaky part. The sneaky part is the fact that he left, and after it was disclosed to the public.
But I'm happy that Kev now has issues with it. We didn't have issues with it before. That's a good thing.
Put this together.
Who went with a new man?
Who went to Ghana with a private jet with a businessman? The next day, who followed? DMB followed. What's the one and one together?
Great.
Because what happened?
Listen, you're right. We should question these issues. These are the same things we were saying when George Weah was president, and you sat here and you defended it to the core. So it is amazing now that you've been baptized in the Jordan River.
Duke, they voted against us, so we were wrong. You take us from there. Yeah, we were wrong.
So, but careful. The problem here is, though,
you voted against us. We were wrong. The people say they want us.
The issue here is this
I'm not arguing on that. You were wrong. You are right.
No. So there's an issue of hypocrisy.
Oh, we were wrong.
So hold on 1 second though. Are you saying because he defended it yesterday?
No, absolutely not. No. Don't even bring that. Come on, don't even suggest that. Let's not suggest that. That's a low-hanging fruit question. Okay.
It's okay then. It's okay then for him to.
Absolutely not. And I would never say that. Let's cut it here. My point here is, and I think I said it yesterday, right? My point here is, though, it is suddenly all of the people who were blind before, they can see now. It's not a justification. It's not a justification. Look, I get what we're doing. Teaching moment. But the teaching moment does not
agree with you.
Okay, Chairman is back. Thank you. Chairman is back, and to Kev defense again. Unity Party made the same argument. That's why you are now in charge. So you do it a little bit differently. By the way, the press secretary was speaking to the media yesterday when she informed them about the president addressing the nation. if she wants to bring the president to 90% of the folks in the most remote parts of Liberia, then she should have been transparent enough to say, hey, the president, by the way, will be traveling out the country
Yes, sir.
tomorrow.
Yes,
It's
sir.
a letter that has been written to the
Yes,
legislature,
sir.
and they've approved that. She
Yes,
did
sir.
not do that, and I thought that was done intentionally. But let me get back to the representative. It's great to be here with you. You look energetic. Okay, you look more diplomatic than you were during the campaign. The way
Of
you sit in the
course.
back, the way you sitting in your chair, said you can tell the man was a representative as opposed to a chairman. So that's so that's a good thing. But great to see you back, chairman. October 2022, October 31st, 2022, the Central African Republic uh, put forth its first verdict in the Special Criminal Court in the Central African Republic. And it was specifically about attacks done in two villages in the Central African Republic where 46 of its civilians were tied and killed. 46. The TRC report reported that about 150 to 200,000 Liberians were victimized during the uncivil crisis in our country. I like to call it the uncivil crisis in our country as opposed to civil war, right? This special court is heavily supported by the United Nations and specifically financially supported by these United States of America. The special court also consists of international and
Man, thank you for
national.
coming back.
The special court also
You
consists of
stop biting your lips.
national and national international judges, and they have started conducting and bringing to court and letting folks who committed heinous crimes, crimes against humanity in the Central African Republic. It took them no time. This thing occurred 2 years after this court was established. We have a TRC report. And the TRC recommendations, I believe, were very detailed and to the point. I want to ask you this. How difficult is it for the leadership in conjunction with our legislature to come to one agreement on this matter, to write a very clear, strong statement to the United Nations and these United States to say, in our effort to reconcile and in our effort to build on this fragile peace we have enjoyed in our country for all these years, we want the establishment of war crimes court in our country, and we are ready for this. Forget about the targeting part, forget about the personal part, forget about everything else. How difficult is it to say people who have committed crimes in this country must be held accountable, and that we must send a message that anyone who attempts to commit crimes in this country will not go or live on impunity? How difficult is that? Is it more political? Do you guys like the political? Well, what is it?
Look, on the 29th, I believe, or let me go back. On the, was it the 15th, right? On the 21st or 22nd, when the president took office, 22nd, he informed the nation that he intends to work with the United Nations to explore the possibility of establishing a war crime court. That's his agenda. Sitting before you, I represent the people of District Number 7, Nimba County. When the president put forth the war crime court, like I do in everything else, I will go to my people. Whatever the president put forth, I will take that instrument, or whether it's somebody else, whether it is another representative or whether it's the president, I'll go to my people. I will ask them, there is a bill to do justice to those who have been, victim of all of the atrocities in our country. And whatever they say, And I will have an open event. And whatever my people say, I will stand by that. And I will support that. As we stand right now, the president of the Republic of Liberia has said that he intends to do so. He is the chief of state. He is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces of Liberia. He is the chief executive officer of the Republic of Liberia. He has already said what he intends to do. Therefore, the burden is on him to unveil those plans. Our job is to review it and agree with him where necessary and adjust it where necessary. But I am not, on the record, I'm not an opponent of the War Crime Code. I do not form part of those who are proposing the code, or I will not object to it. And my objection is if you narrow the scope of the War Crime Code and make it appear to be targeted. If we're going to have the life that was lost in 1980, the life that was lost in 1990 are no less than the life that was lost in 2003 and 2010. They're all life. So if we want to talk about justice, then let there be justice for all men and women. And I will be right there to stand with you.
Thank you. And I agree with you. It should not be about tribalism. If a Basel person commit a crime, they commit a crime. And I think that as a country, this is what should bring us together, right? We should always have, look, we have almost 15, 16 different tribes and dollars in our country. But Liberia is our common denominator. Our country is our common denominator. And I think that should be of interest. But I watched you today doing your interview about this alien and nationality bill. And I must say to you, I am impressed that you have taken on this fight to truly, once and for all, have our lawmakers and the entire country, by the way, respect the rights of a natural born Liberian citizen. And I'm going to repeat this. A natural born Liberian citizen have the right to as every other Liberian citizen in the country. My neighbor's screen was buried in Liberia. So it doesn't matter what kind of passport I hold. It doesn't matter what access I have in different countries. You cannot take away the fact that I am a Liberian citizen. And so when I watched your interview today, I was really moved by that. And I got to say to you, you have gained a fan. I will support you 100% on this. And I like the question, how you answer the question, because a lot of folks who are advocate for this bill, other might see them as beneficial of this bill. You don't have a passport of other country. You're not a permanent resident. So this has no personal interest linked to it. This is about doing the right thing. So I want to commend you for that. But let me ask you this question. I want you to, you are on national radio. I want you to just repeat. You will support the right of myself, the right of Duke, the right of every Liberian. We will have kids in this country. We will have, I'm not going to put myself in black, but we'll have kids in this country. We've made major investment in this country. America will always be home away from home. But Liberia is our home. I want you to repeat on the record. You were telling us that we should not be censored. We should not be restricted. We should go in our country and work and run for offices. We should be allowed to give back to our country and hold positions in our country where we were born as natural born Liberian citizens without worries about where we've lived, how we sound, how long we've been there, what passport we have. As a natural born Liberian citizen, we have equal rights as those who have not traveled or who have not been given the opportunity to travel. I want to give you the opportunity to just basically expound on that and reassure us about that bill that you have championed. Thank you.
Robert, that's exactly what I've done. Not that I will. I've already done that. I did it today. I proposed a bill that would make you no less a Liberian than me. That's the purpose of that bill. No less. In every shape and form that would make your children no less Liberian than mine. That's what this bill is about. I stand for that. I believe in it. To oppose this bill is wicked, is unpatriotic, is unfair, and is uncivilized.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Tomalin. Thank you.
Yeah, Chairman, I want to welcome Grace Arake Goa. She's so far the only female here on the Jackie will kind of join her. Jackie is president in Morovia with the rescue team. In touch with Jackie though. Jackie's still with us. We just wish her well, wherever she's pursuing. But Grace, welcome, man. You can now engage the chairman and the representative.
Thank you, Tomalin. Hi, Representative Ability. My name is Grace Goa. As Tomalin has said, I don't know, but I will introduce myself to you a little bit more. So I am the president of Lawani, is the Liberian Women Advocacy Network International. I don't know whether you heard of us, but I will pride myself in one of the work that we did here. So maybe you will remember. We were the one that championed against D. Maxwell Kimaya when he was supposed to speak to a women's summit with the United Nations. And we voted against him because of a case he had in New York and he was stopped. That was one of the things we did. And I don't know if you can remember this other story, but there was a boy in Liberia that took his girlfriend's eyes off because he was mad because of domestic violence. Okay, we were the one.
Yes, I remember that.
Yeah, we championed that case and he went to prison. We also were able to send the girl to Ghana and she was able to go to the hospital and they replaced her eye, although it's not a real eye, but she has a false eye and it's working for her. She now lives in Ghana and we are in contact with her. So these are some of the work that we have done, out of so many other work I'm going to explain here. So this is how I want to introduce myself. I'm also a mother of 3 wonderful children and a wife and an amazing husband, Machu Goa. And I am happy to be on the platform with the rest of the Liberian men. I want to really commend you on winning, the seat that you won for your people in Nima County. I watched the elections and the people work for you. And I like that when the people are for you, you have the right to have that position to serve your people. So I want to congratulate you. I also want to congratulate you on the bill that you have passed. I was listening to you while making my son's food this evening, and it gave me a softer side for you as a representative. Although I have a little issue with you, and I will tell you why. But it gave me a softer side for you to think about us and our children. We who have children that are born here in the United States, never been to Liberia, but hoping to go, and help to create a change in the country. And for you to think about that, and I don't know if you have American children, but for you to think about that, I applaud you, and I really, really, really do like you moving forward. I will fight with you if you want me to for that bill to be passed. So when you come to America, make sure you call Ben Sanvee or Tomalin George or Keff Hassan or any of the guys on the platform, Robert. If you want to get in contact with me, I write on Facebook, Gracious Goa, and I can help you, for us to talk to people to help you make sure that you have the numbers that you can pass the bill. Before before I ask you my question, I want to tell you the problem I have with you, right? I don't have the problem, but I have the problem that something that happened within your personal space, which is your son. He had a girl, I think they were married, and he beat her and tried to take her kids. And we tried to look into that case, but because she had other people, too many people were involved, and we do not do our work like that, so we had to withdraw. But I was following the case, and I didn't see you say anything, concerning that. And people kept on coming for you, your businesses because of that. but you did not. I never heard you make any comment about that. So I want to give you the chance. Do you want to say anything concerning that? Because I personally fight against domestic violence, and because he's your son, I start to look at you in a different light. That okay, I wonder what his father would say because his father has this big position. He's a big businessman in Liberia, and I wanted you to take a stand, but I did not see you take any stand. So I will give you the chance to speak before I ask my question.
Grace, you know, I'm a very, thank you for all of the kind words and thank you for your work that you do. Um, and, you know, the way I train my children, the way I raise my children, I have a lot of respect for their space. In that particular case, and the only witness to this is the young lady. She knows my relationship with her, my contribution, and all of my interaction with she and my son. They were married. I was very active morally, in whatever way. I believe that the story with my son and his wife, his ex-wife, and if this was seemed to be a little condescending, my apology, it was like a lion story. It had three sides. I did not have the chance to hear the young lady's side because I was not given the chance to hear her side. But my whole life, I've never ever encouraged anyone to abuse a female. Never in my life. I've never put a hand on a woman. I always pride myself of that. And that incident was ugly. Most of the allegations of abuse, there were other people were bringing different sides of the story to me. I remember this particular day where he called me that she had attacked him and he wanted to leave the house, and she has told him, leave the house, do not take anything, do not touch anything. And I called the police to go there to make sure that she was safe. I was never, ever. I remember she went on the radio, she went on Facebook and rained insult. I mean, she is one daughter-in-law that me and my wife really, really were very close to. And emotionally, she was very, very close to my wife. She went on the radio, on Facebook, and if you can check on her page, maybe whatever, just says so many things about me and my wife, went into our personal stuff, insulted my wife, insulted me, and said all these things. But I didn't see how I would fit publicly trying to react to my daughter-in-law. I didn't see that. I didn't think it would be a good father to do that. I did my best to get to third parties, to get myself involved, but the tension was too hard. I never one day got involved or said anything to her negatively. My role was always positive. Her mother, her sisters, her father, everybody would say that. And up to today, I never ever, but when people are married and they have issues as parents, and the fact that they are married, it means that they are growing people. I totally disagree that someone will expect me to get directly and publicly involved into what is going on between my son and his wife. I don't see it that way. I see that if I have to do anything, I will do it internally. If I have to do anything, I will try my best to try to resolve it. I never went to court. I never said anything in support of my son. I never said anything against her. And I order all of my children to stay out of it. And everybody, I push everybody to stay out of it. Under the circumstances, that was the best I could have done. I didn't, and most of the things in terms of the abuse and things, I never saw any evidence, or nobody came to me to say, this is what happened, this is what. As one day I saw my son, he had bruises on his body. So again, I didn't take his for fact also, but I just refused when two young people who were in love, they got married, they got two children. I didn't see how I would have compromised myself to get in it, whether we like it or not. Those two children, they are my grandchildren. And so I had everything that I did, I felt that that's the best I could have done. And people who came to me, I remember my lawyer, Councilor Pierre, came to me. And everything people came to me to do, I did. Now, one thing that you would never say is that somebody came to me and I said a negative thing, or I said I would never want to be there to compromise.
Thank you,
No.
thank you, Honorable Committee. And that was your right to do that. Most time, I would just advise you as a public figure. It's always good when these kind of things happen. You can condemn it through your lawyer. Like I know domestic violence goes both ways. Sometimes the women, they do the same thing to the men. But it's just a nice thing, for other people to hear you as a public figure condemn domestic violence. Even you could say both ways. I don't know what's going on in my son's house. I don't know what's going on with his wife. I love the two of them, but I condemn domestic violence, and we'll have to wait for the court to make the decision. We're going to appreciate that statement. But moving forward, I remove
I
my
agree with you.
yeah,
Maybe I should have done that. And
yeah.
I pray that I do not have any such incident, but God holds everything. If something like that happened, yes, I agree with you. I should have made a statement. I didn't.
Yeah, thank you. My second, okay, that was that. But my second thing is that recently, the
Yeah.
the president's wife, the first lady, concerning was a World Economic Crimes Court, that Gagua just asked you. So I just wanted to expand on that. She was on a video on Facebook, and she visit Mr. Blady. Is it Butt Naked? His name is some Bly. She went to visit his orphanage, and she made a statement that if anybody come against it, because he's doing an amazing work when it comes to the orphanage in Liberia. He's doing an amazing job. But at the same time, this man is also responsible for a lot of people death, and a lot of families don't have relatives because of what they did in the war. So when she went there and she started to talk to him, and she made a statement saying that, if anybody come against you, and they will be cursed or something like that. I felt I took it very like differently. Watching the first lady, I think it was her first interaction with any major organization, for her to say that, knowing that our people are still hurting, regardless of whether somebody gave their life to Christ, right? In the Bible, I'm a Christian, so I will tell you from the Bible perspective, when Saul became Paul, and all the things that he did when he was Saul, he still
Story of Saul and Paul. Man.
Sorry,
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Yeah, when Saul when he was Saul, he was the worst person on earth, but God changed him and he became poor. So he became saved and he knew Jesus Christ. And he started to do the work on earth for Christ, winning people to Christ and everything. But people were still after him, and he was still paying for some of the sins that he committed when he was Saul. So, and he went to Jesus and he was praying, crying to Jesus, and God told him, say, you can't. And he went to God praying, and God told him that, but you did these things. So, although you are a child now, but you still have to pay for your sins that you committed. So, if she's saying those kind of things to the Liberian people, the message that she's sending, I just wanted you to say something about it. I think it was a wrong message, because a lot of families are still hurting. They lost their family members. Some of them don't have family. And for you to say that if anybody come against him, they will be cursed because he has accepted Christ. But then what you will say for the people now who actually is pushing like Lofa Julius then for this war and economic crimes court. So I wanted you to explain a little bit when she said that if you did not hear it, but even coming from me, how you feel now since you're in the middle that you don't care when it comes, you're going to support it. What will you say about her statement at this point?
Um, you put me in a very difficult spot because I have to respond to the first lady, who I know is not a politician, and sometimes we politicians have to mind everything we say, and you know. But in the short war, and now I have to qualify this. I didn't hear her, so I will say this: if she said that, then I believe she misspoke. It's contrary to what her husband has said as president of the Republic of Liberia, and that I believe if you ask her that same question today, she'll probably not answer in the same way. You got to, regardless of her age, you got to understand that she has never been first lady before. This is one of the few jobs that there are no veteran in it. You have to get used to it as you get in it. So if you were to bring, maybe she didn't even know she was on radio, she didn't even know she was on. She does not have an appreciation of how the public will react to things like that. So I think she can be forgiven for that. But in short, she misspoke. You cannot. With all of my issues, with all of the questions that I have about war crime, I'm very clear that it is something that nobody should oppose. And so, I think the first lady, if that's what she said, she misspoke. If you ask her right now, I'm sure she will never say that again.
Okay. I wanted to inject somebody quickly. And I just wanted to let you know, Honorable Ability, I stand with the women of the armed forces of Liberia. So today I'm wearing my camouflage, in support of them for the standing their ground.
Chris on my ass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
So on
Chris, you're not small, more. I swear you.
The women of the armed forces of Liberia, I absolutely have no problem with them, but I think that their husband need to be investigated. They should never have stood with their husbands. I mean their wives. The law allows the women to do what they did. There's nothing they did, but it was, in my mind, they were done with the acquiescence of their husbands, and that is against the Uniform Code of Military Justice. But
so what you say, if you're not getting your benefit at your job and you came to your wife and told your wife, you want your wife to say no, she will stand with the government instead of standing with you. You want your wife to
no, I
disrespect you like
said
that?
I said your wife, their wife did what they had to do, and they had the right to do that. They clearly, based on the information that I have, actively, purposefully, deliberately, and conscientiously supported their wives. That is against the Uniform Code of Military Justice.
so honorable ability. I'm gonna jump in here. I'm a little curious. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Lofa Julius, and
Look, you just all of that. Just go on.
no, on a very serious note, I'm a little concerned here. You have a lot of good things going for you, especially with this bill that is going on. I had to get off the show a couple times just to get people's feedback. All right, people they really want to call to let you to at least hear what they think of what you're doing thus far. But I want to know something though, and I want to go back to your party, the Liberty Party. What is the current status of Senator Darius Dillon and Yombi Kanga in the party? Are they still members of the party?
Lofa, leave our
Oh, well, you're not the Ben, Ben, no, don't do that.
Lofa, told you, leave our
Ben,
party.
don't do that. What do you mean?
Okay, we reconciling. I'm the advisory council chair.
You see,
No, I
Ben.
was interrupting.
Family, you see,
I
Ben.
am the advisory. Listen.
You see, Ben.
Listen,
See, Ben.
I'm the advisory council chair. The chairman don't
You
have.
see what Ben doing?
The
I know your name and I
Chairman.
know the chairman's name.
Chairman.
I know the chairman's name.
Let me answer him. Look, Lofa,
Lofa, boy.
Lofa,
Yeah.
we have just come from an election. I think we're giving ourselves some space and some time to reflect, look into the future, and we are exploring the possibility of keeping our party together. We're determined to keep the party together. We will do that. At this point in time, I think any inflammatory statement will not be helpful. So at this time, as chairman of the party, we look forward to the day where we will give Liberty Party. I think, this is Liberty Party time. There's we're counting out. Unity Party and CDC, they're finished. They're not coming back again. They're gone. Omer Baga is, ending the chapter in the Unity Party agenda. Look, this statement may be a new political dynamic is going to come out. Whether, sometimes some political parties are dynamic, smart, and they can metamorphosize to mix with people, and then they're better off. And if Unity Party does that, they can extend their lease on life. But to stay as Unity Party and sustain itself is going to be difficult. Also, those that they form alliance with, if those people seem to be happy, if they are getting some of the jobs that are being distributed, that will also define their fate, because that will make it easier for people to align with any future, or that will say there's no need in aligning with the Unity Party, because when they win, they can give you some. I think the CDC was dodged by a similar thing. So Liberia, President Bouakar's election has given Liberia an opportunity for a fresh start. That's what people don't see. For me, I don't see the bottle half empty. I see a half filled. We have political opportunity in Liberia today. Everybody will start fresh, new alliances, new relationship. Everything will be on the table. And, this is a race, but it's only to the swift. It's not to those who are going to be running so fast. It's those who are going to use their brain, their minds. So I want to, as chairman of the party, we fought a lot. We've come on this space and said a lot. It's an opportunity now to cool down and look into each other and see if we are sincere. And I believe that if we are sincere, we can bring unification, not just to Liberty Party, but to...
So, Chairman, CPP is no more in existence, right? CPP is no more, right?
CPP is there. CPP will make a decision about CPP in April, whether it will continue. Yes, according to the Constitution, according to the framework document, 6 months after the election, 6 months after October is in April. So we will make a determination as to whether or not we'll keep the alliance, or whether or not we will say let's start as fresh, let's keep let's break it up and then try to see what is wrong. I think there's already we're already working on modalities to review things that what may have gone wrong and all of that, and then what no matter the outcome, whether or not it be in its current form, the Liberty Party and the ANC will maintain a cordial and respectable relationship, no matter the situation.
Well, guys, the representative, he had a long day, so you can ask him your final questions. So
no, man, I mean to go.
Okay, women.
Any question?
Liberty Party
Don't judge. Any question you want to ask me? Any question I'll answer. The only question I can answer.
Listen to me talking. Wait.
No, but Ben, let me ask this question.
Wait.
Maybe you follow up. Ben, you follow up. Let me ask
any question you got for me, ask me. The only question I can't answer, don't ask me where is Georgia. That's all. Any other question?
Okay, I will not ask you.
Yes, I didn't even know where Georgia.
But let me ask you this question. Ben, you follow this question. You like this question. We're about to see this an HPX deal, because I think I think you're going to rectify that deal. I want you to speak on it because it's another the HPX.
No, talk. It's another you pull my hair.
HPX are blah. So I see the one here.
No, I don't know nothing about it. Obviously, as member of the legislature, it will come to us. I like what I'm hearing, but I will, if I had a chance, I would just repeat what Senator Amara said.
Thank you.
And the devil is in the details.
Yeah.
So besides all the noise we make, the only thing I want to ask myself is, and that is because I'm a student of economics. Why are we not using the metal steel rail? It's not like we have so many traffic. Why is metal steel, who just have 5 years on their how you call it, on their concession? That's all they have. That means in 5 years that rail will be for Liberia? Okay, so if metal steel want a new contract, why we cannot include the usage of the rail as part of the negotiation? So if we're going to spend that money, I also want to know, is there a debt that Liberia is taking? Is there a private investment? If you're going to build a railroad, use it and pay me royalty, I think it's excellent. But if you're going to tell me that in order to do that, I must guarantee it, no. I'm not saying that that's what they say, but if that's what it's going to take, then it needs to be studied more. But in any case, if you're going to bring $5 billion into Liberia, that's a lot. That means that turns a lot of wheels. That put a lot of people in school. That gives so much to the country. And again, I still want to know how we want to treat this country. Are we going to continue to give out all of our assets and get royalty back? Or are we going to force companies to enter into revenue sharing arrangements? Ben, you get your property, your assets, which is the country, the land. If someone get money, you and that person, you are business partners. So if the mayor is making even 66%, you should be able to make 33 or 34%. But this idea of taking everything and just giving me royalty, I'm totally against that. Well, I have not read anything in this HPS thing, but I just want to say that the devil is in the detail.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me state. I'll pick up from where Keff and then I will go to what I wanted to talk about earlier. I agree with you. I saw Senator Cornyn's post, and I 100% agree with him. I also saw a post today from Duke, who spoke exactly what I thought. This is just a letter of intent. We don't know what was discussed. I mean, well, I want to believe this is what was discussed at the executive mansion with the president. The president clearly seems excited about this. I mean, any president will be excited about the fact that on his watch, $5 billion investment of FDI is coming into the country. But we've been down this road before. We've seen this movie before, so we're going to take it with a grain of salt. I'm not going to hold my breath. I pray it does come out. I pray it works out because it will benefit the country. But something Amara said, and I agree with him, HPS could have opted for this option a long time ago. This very option, this very route that they're now trying to take, they could have opted for this route. What was behind their intransigence over the last couple of years? Is it because of the change of government? Was it, there's several questions that hopefully you guys will be able to ask them, Mr. Chairman, Honorable Representative, when they come before you guys. And I want to say I have some confidence in this current leadership of the national legislature. That you guys have people in there now, people like yourself, businessmen, former ministers, former people who have sat at the table to hold
Been there, done that.
Yeah, on the other side, right? So you now have a vantage point to be able to ask them these tough questions. And I want to guarantee that if they don't answer these questions, I know you guys will fight. I know if one person will fight, it will be you, and you will be very loud in fighting to make sure that the country doesn't get a short end of the stick. But I do agree with what Senator Cornyn said on the notion of why they did not exercise this a couple of prior to where we are. But let's wait and see what those questions would be. Now, the other thing I want to talk about, and thank you again, like I said before I hopped off for the bill, I think it's progressive. I agree with your analysis on the incident, the mutinying, like Duke said, and you also talked about, right? I agree with your analysis. Grace disagreed with me here yesterday. I was very clear. I think the president was boxed in. I think the country cannot afford to tread on this path. I think people have the right. People should. The army, and let me repeat what I said yesterday. The army has a right. The army should be treated with the utmost respect. Those men and women who have sacrificed their lives, one of the most noble thing you can do is to offer yourself in service of your country. So this is not a dig at them. I just think what happened, over the last couple of days, it was just, it sends a bad message. And so I agree with you. The other thing I want to talk about briefly, and I know I overheard you talking about it, Keff brought it up, trying to take a cheap shot on the president's trip. By the way, I think I agree. I support the way the president left the country. If he didn't travel by a private jet, he was leaving early in the morning. Listen, I was never one of those people who believe that the president, every time he traveling to Ivory Coast, on the airport with
I don't even know how Kev can even ask that.
Yeah, I was never
that was one of the worst things that you got.
Yeah, I was never one of those people who
take ministers from their job.
Take ministers from their job. Everybody stay on the airport line. The president walk. He get on the plane. Everybody get in the car and drive back to Monrovia. So if President Barker left the country, let me finish my thought. Please let me finish.
Someone did that.
Please let me finish. Can I please finish, Mr. Morris? Please.
Kev, that mentor, we're out of time.
So can let me finish now?
Darkness, you want to tell you. Go ahead. Please.
So again, we support. Let me support the president on this issue. I think President Barker should be traveling. If he's traveling, there should not be no fanfare. What I'm interested in is the dividends from the trip. That's what I'm interested in. I'm not interested in a red carpet being pulled out soldiers standing up with AK-47 and the president walking through there. He claim on the plane. I just think it was all grandstanding. George Weah is my friend. He know I supported him. It's something I've never understood why he was doing it. Every time the president travel, you take ministers from their job, you tell them to drive 1 hour to the airport. That's like 3 hours, a whole 3 hour
process, man.
Right? That was a whole 3 hour process. And I thought, so I think what I saw I saw a statement from the president's office that he's on a
opposition easy. Because
it's kept going to interrupt me because I was
acting like you never see that before.
Let him finish your question now.
Just step in the guy, man.
Sorry, Mr. Spokesman.
No problem. It's the way you say it, man.
Sorry.
Okay. Because he know me, I mean, y'all know me. So I'm just saying, I saw a statement from the president. Musa, I agree with you. You guys were informed. The right procedures were followed. If the president had to make a quick working visit, that president go and do his work. He's president for the next 6 years. Let him come back and report to the nation on what that working visit would benefit. My only question,
Ben, you know what? I'm co-moderating, so you keep interrupting Ben.
You had a call from Grace Bay, right? I just want
to finish your question, yeah.
No. I just want to make sure the call that you have from Grace Bay yesterday.
Ben, you know what I have to say.
Let me ask you my question, then you will answer it. Yeah, because I know Keff, he wants to. I also got a call from George Weah yesterday.
No. That Grace Bay yesterday. You said.
Well, let me say this, Musa. I want to ask you your thought on what happened to Cooper Cry. There's a pattern now on the part of this government: appoint, nominate, withdraw, move people. I mean, I think about 3 or 4 times it has happened. I stand to be corrected. I know you're a member of the national legislature, but why? What's going on? I mean, do you have any first-hand intel to see why Cooper Cry was switched from justice to labor? What are you hearing though? And you, I mean, you are, yeah. What are you hearing?
The only funny part of that story, yeah, and it's really funny, is data vu UP and CDC 2018. Charles Gibson withdrew him and sent him to live for team ministry. And then Cooper Cry, justice, and now labor, same ministry. But look, those are the prerogatives of the president. I think it points to deficiency in the nomination process.
Okay.
It points to deficiency. You know, Ben, I spent 6 years being accused of being a George Weah supporter, simply because sometimes when you say the truth, people think that you're supporting somebody.
Mm-hmm. Like what Keff trying to do here?
Yes. The Minister of Justice, just as it was bad when Weah did it, it is bad now. That's not one of those positions that you just do hastily and then withdraw it. Whatever led to that decision to have appointed Councillor Kura and withdrawing it's wrong, it's unfair to him. It affects his morale. It's just not fair to him. But for me, it points to the process. The process seems to be faulty. But it looks like the president has just decided to offload the whole thing now. All the job finished. If you're not here, anybody need the feed now. It's usually after the
Is it finished though? I think they still got more, right? They still got
Where?
deputy ministers. There's deputy minister of education. There's still a bunch of deputy ministers. I mean, I think the cabinet, the heads are done. Most of the public corporations.
The cabinet and the principal deputy. The cabinet, all the ministers are in place now.
But Musa, let me ask you lastly, 30 seconds. Do you think the president is in control of this nomination process?
Damn, man. Oh, it's something embarrassing with this question. But let me answer this one. Well, let Let me.
I forgot.
Let me
You know, I forgot you represented it now. I forgot.
Yeah, Ben. Let me answer this way. There seems to be lack of control somewhere.
Yeah, yeah.
Whether it is the president's style to be laissez-faire, which is most likely the case, or whether those the president have charged with the responsibility are abusing the process. One of them will be true. Maybe the president has, Joseph Boaga is a very, look, he's a different guy. Maybe for Joseph Boaga, there are just some key people he believes he needs to have in place, and the rest of the people, it doesn't matter. He knows what he wants. So maybe he's gotten what he wanted, and now he just let his people, do the rest. Nobody knows. But the appointment process, for it to be jammed like this, it was totally unnecessary. When the president was elected in November, right?
Yeah.
So he has 60 days to form his government. It's not like we're manufacturing new people. There are the same people that were around. You could have interviewed, you could have set up vetting. For instance, people think that vetting is about saying is Ben good for the job or no. It's not all the vetting that goes that way. Some of the vetting they say, the president say, I want to appoint Ben. Then there should be a committee to scrutinize Ben record. So that if there's something about Ben that the president is not aware of, they will bring it to him and say, well, you want to put Ben there, but Ben, Kev can pull, and Kev, the deputy, So, so people thinking that scrutiny sometimes means that they will go and vet you. No, the president will always be the one to decide. But my thing is that if the president makes a decision, that committee should vet the person's record. And then that committee should be known to the public, so that if you appoint or Tomalin judge, then there are people who will call Lofa Julius to say, Lofa, that man you just appointed so. Everybody would know that if they got anything on Tomalin, they will send it to Lofa. I don't think that was done. And so that's what causing all these withdrawals. I see somebody featuring on front page a few days about them being appointed and extradited, and all those things are not necessary. You can avoid that by subjecting your potential nominees to a minimum scrutiny before you announce the name.
That's what I said yesterday.
Okay,
Yeah.
Chairman.
Yeah.
Grace, just do a final question. So we'll make the time.
Yeah. And that's the problem I have with Joseph Boaga honorability. And he been running for president, or he been in government 1,000 years, and he still don't have it together. But anyway, I'm moving forward with my question. This is my last question for you. George Weah government was not very proactive, and they did not do well when it comes to human rights abuse. It was a lot in the country, especially concerning safety and security as well. So I know you heading a committee. Is it a security committee in a
National security?
National security.
Yes.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
So
you have the national security. So I'm wondering if do you have the authority to work with the national security, like the police and maybe the justice ministry when it comes to human rights abuse? Whereas there was this guy recently on Facebook, I think it said Fidel, and there was a story there that he ordered some people to stab a young gentleman, and he was from the CDC party wearing his barrets and everything, because they took like what to be a military camp at that point in time in 6 years ago. That's how I saw it. Although I already respected the government, but I just did not like the way the people carry on, and I just did not like President, we are allowed it to happen. People walking in the street, like military people, got on barrels and sinking chants and all that kind of thing in a civilized society. So since you are heading that committee, do you have the authority to work when it comes to human rights abuse and all the different, domestic violence and rape and everything? Do you have the authority to work with them to pass something to make sure that the country start to become, more secure for people like us who would like to come back home and do some work there, and also for the people that live in the country, for them to sleep in peace? So that's my question: whether you have the authority, why in the house, to join, hands with the other people out there that are doing the same job.
Absolutely. Every security sector in this country will be under our direct supervision. In fact, by the way, I just summoned all of the security chief last week. I met with them. So we're already talking. So yes, if you have any issue with any security agency, from the DEA to the police to the SSS to the NSA, we have that power to call them to order and bring them to book. We have that authority.
Thank you very much. I will take my leave now because I didn't want to just leave with us saying goodbye. And thank you for having me here to ask you some questions. I
Yes.
hope that I will work along with you concerning your bill and also concerning the safety and security of Liberia as a women's group. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ben, you're bye.
Who going next?
Yeah,
Me?
yeah, real quick.
All right, Chair, it's always great to have you on here. And again, congratulations. I know that you would do well. You have a lot of great ideas on that bill. It is my hope that you can actually provide us, with some copies to be able to look at it and offer some suggestions. I think there's some good things that can come out of it, but there's some things that we may be able to see that could probably bring some level of help to that process. So I look forward to that as well. Ben, you're right. This morning I was actually doing some work on the futures market, looking at commodities and stuff. When I put up my email and seen the alert from Reuters and Nasdaq concerning the transaction in Ethereum. I'm hoping that the details of that particular arrangement will be announced. I hoped that the government's got, because right now it's just a lot of intention. I'm familiar with how these things work and stuff. But my whole thing here has to do with the scope, the entirety of the arrangement, right? And seeing what it entails. What I do note, Mr. Chairman, I know in the past HPX has worked with SMFG, and this new letter of intent, this new arrangement now is with Goma. I believe it's a Congolese-based institution that's actually partnered up with HPX on this deal. And I do know that it's going to cost the Liberty Corridor, the entire process of what they're trying to do, cost going to be around $3 to $5 billion. My thing here is, Chairman, if you can it can be part of the things that you take a look at when you're reviewing that, or when you guys are trying to put forth some ideas to get it on, if that deal should be rectified, passed through or so, is that financing option most likely, from what I've noticed, HPX is not coming up with the full cost of this project. It's gonna rest on the shoulders of financing, and that's probably why they're using Goldman. And it seems like Goldman is one of those institutions that have leverage in terms of finance, because it considers itself a Pan-African institution as well. So I would just hope that there can be more clarity to Liberian people about this deal. It's a good thing when we have opportunities to better the country, but it's also important that we avoid a Firestone-like scenario. Not because we're looking for reasons to to show that we've actually got some due close in doing our tenure, but making sure that it's appropriate for the Liberian people. That's all I would say. And then finally, Chairman, I would hope that you in the long term be supportive of the passage of a war and economic crime bill. And I want us to see beyond the politics and relationships that we have, and to see the importance in making sure that this bill is passed because it sets a different standard for the republic. I do agree it shouldn't be a bill that's only crafted to target certain individuals, but at the same token, I think those who should be held accountable should be held accountable regardless of what the process entails as well. But overall, it was great having you, and I'm glad that you're taking the next step in changing Liberia. Hopefully we'll get to see more of this going forward.
Thank you, Duke. Look, Duke, let me say the easy one. I think that on the war crime issue, you and I don't have any disagreement there. So we will continue to fine tune it to make sure that all of the concerns are dealt with, and then that's it. On the issue of the HPS, I think that there's a lot that has to be done. Lamco, over 75 years, there's not even a high school that is left as a legacy. $5 billion investment must come with a lasting legacy. What university, what technical college are we going to build to train people how to repair those locomotives, how to use them, how to operate them? Look, for me, I would never support anything that is just about putting money in the hands of few people. Every concession in this country must have a legacy project. The legacy, if you're going to build, if you're going to invest $5 billion into railroad, you should be able to invest at least $100 million in education, so that the population can have the chance to be part of that process. Otherwise, the operators, the maintenance people, everything will be foreign. And then you set goals. At what time? When are you going to build institutions to train Liberians? So it is nice, just like Iboma, to say this is going to bring 5 billion, it's going to change everything. That's one thing, my brother. It is another thing for to put the right thing. And I'm telling you, the House of Representatives that I'm in is very robust. No deal is going to pass us like that. And I think those young men and women in the House, they're proving to be something else. They're strong, they're robust, and in spite of the demonstration that you guys see on the network, we mean business. We have not passed anything yet. I want you to know this. We've never passed a 4G bill or resolution. And that's not happening. That, believe me, it's tough. So you can be assured that we will go, and we need you guys' expertise in this, your advice, the things that you can see. We are probably not in the position to see that. So advise us, work with us, and we'll continue to push the ideas that can change everything.
Thank you, Chairman.
So I I really don't have any closing question, and I'm just gonna say a couple things here really quick. Probably at the end I will put something in there, but um, to start off, let me start off by saying to you, I must commend you. I've listened to a lot of lawmakers who were elected, and every time you ask them about their agenda and idea for transformation, they tell you, I'll build hospital in my district. I will send people to school. But when we listen to you today, you're actually speaking of policies. Okay. You're not addressing the humanitarian aspect of things. And you're telling us that, look, you came here after you have done enough research, you have a target, and you're going to address the concerns of the people, not simply looking at your district, but nationally. I must commend you for that. And I really wish that others who are coming through will start to look at being a representative or a senator not as a place to serve as a humanitarian or as a place to enrich yourself, rather to address policy issues and then the concerns of Liberian, because eventually it will actually get down to the masses. And I want to commend you for doing that. With that said, hopefully you have enough time to just answer this question. You have enough time between now until when your tenure is over. What do you have planned as a goal for you, that if you were to exit that seat, what would you be looking for as an achievement that your kids and grandkids would say, my dad or my granddad did this and it worked successfully, and Liberians as a whole, we are benefiting from it? What is it that you're targeting to achieve at the end of that?
Institutionalizing Liberia. Institutionalizing Liberia. Remove us from an interim, a caricature system, and place all in institution, making our laws work, make it practicable, change laws that are archaic, like the immigration law, adhere to the Constitution, which means like the clean bill, the bill of impeachment. You know, there's another one that I'm not going to touch. And the reason why I'm not going to touch that bill, because it will be controversial. The Constitution says the legislature should pass a law in which it can be determined as to when the president is declared unfit. I have no intention of doing that because, you know, based on the age of our current president, I don't want anybody to feel that I'm targeting him. So I will leave that out. But there are institutional changes. There are laws, even our judiciary. Chief, we are retiring judges at 70. People are very sharp at 70. You understand? We need to change this law. We're electing senators for 9 years. We need to change these laws. I don't need to be a lawmaker to go and build wealth for my people. I did that when I was campaigning, and I'm going to be doing that. And I don't have to come and say that to you yet. Where I'm sitting here, I'm a national leader. I was elected to serve Liberia. Doing what I do for my people there, they give me this opportunity. And therefore, I will continue to work for them. I'm building roads as I'm speaking to you. We are building 2 bridges right now as I speak to you, in addition to the one that Tomalin know. Okay? But that's not my purpose in the House of Representatives. My purpose in the House of Representatives is to change Liberia. So, Lofa, I want to institutionalize the country. I want to make sure that there are laws governing us. I want to make sure that we respect those laws. I want to make sure I want to reform. I forgot. One of my bills this year is the electoral reform. Let me tell you something, my brother. I guarantee you, and take this my statement and mark it. More than 30% of those that are elected in this country are elected fraudulently.
Wow.
Our election system is fraudulent. Somebody was saying to me that they were going to ask me tonight that I said I will resign.
I was going to do that.
But because my answer was going to be, the system is fraudulent, I don't respect it. You understand?
But thank God I didn't accident.
Yes. I'm telling you, believe me. You know, let me tell you something. I will not call the person name. I will walk to a lawmaker. I will not even tell you which of the house the person is in. But I walk to a lawmaker. I say, you know, we need to digitize our election process. I believe that our people are not being properly expressed in the outcome of it. The reaction of that lawmaker to me showed to me that every fear I have about election here is true. We need to empower the election commission. Now we don't have election for 4 or 5 years. We need to put money in the budget that will digitize the system. And by the way, You can have a digital system and back it up with manual. Okay? There are systems where you go, you take your ballot paper, you mark the person you want to pay, then you put it in the slot machine. If the paper is not marked properly, the machine will send it back to you so that you can mark it properly. So there will be zero
Invalid.
invalid paper. If you
Zero
never
error.
have invalid paper in this election, you will probably be talking different stories. Because the number of invalid paper in this our election was more than the margin of victory.
I agree with you.
You understand?
They're gonna let you
One of my goals is to introduce a sweeping election reform bill that will also give strength to political parties so that representatives that are elected on the party's ticket will either stick to the party mandate or vacate the seats. So that we strengthen our democracy. And then in 2029, so that we go to that ballot, but if we're not careful, any government that is in power is always thinking that they can control the system. They will refuse to put money in the system until 2 years to election. And then this year, one of my proposition for the budget would be that we'll put aside $20 million in escrow for the next 4 years to allow us to digitize the system so that the fraud in our system can be removed. So if you realize, you will not see me running behind small committees, concession, going behind. No, I feel that the system needs to be fixed. So my focus is going to be institutionalizing our country, building an institution first and foremost. If I have the chance to run again, I will consider other things. But my main focus right now is institutionalizing the country. So that will be my area of focus.
Thank you, Chairman. Just because I know the time, so all the time. So just give your closing comment.
But man, I didn't add my.
But Robert, on the show, we're running out of time. Let me just get a closing comment. I beg you.
I mean, that's not fair, man.
We can close our closing comment. All the time, the guys are telling me in the studio already. I beg you guys. But Chairman, your closing comment, so we'll let you go. You need to go rest yourself. You have a long day tomorrow.
My man, Robert need to ask a question.
But that's okay. No, let Chairman go. That's fine. That's fine. I'll give my closing statement.
It's okay. My man, I'm home. It's okay. I'll ask a question.
No, Chairman, go ahead. I mean, that's the moderator. Go ahead. You do your closing statement.
Moderator overruled.
Kevin, you know what's going on? Stop it now. Kevin, you know what's going on? Stop it. Don't be doing
not overruled. Too many.
That's funny. You know you're doing not good. You know you're doing
all right, my man.
You're gonna heat up anyway. But Chairman, okay, Robert, just ask a question. Chairman, also.
Tomalin, let's go ahead with the program, man. I'm okay. I'm okay. Well, I will interact with the man again. That's fine.
Yeah, Chairman, you get a closing comment so we can call it.
Okay, guys, I want to say thank you. It's always a pleasure to be here. Very friendly forces, tough questions on the war crime. I know you guys are passionate about that. We'll come around it. We'll work with. I just believe that we need to do the right thing, and then make sure that we have a holistic approach to the issue of war crime instead of a targeted approach. But I believe we're all on the same page on that. The AFL, we need to look into it. We need to investigate it. Something went wrong. Something was not right. I respect the right of the women to demonstrate, but I believe that they were put up to it by their husbands. We need to look into that. HPX, good news for Liberia, but the devil is in the detail, as Senator Amara Conan said. Other than that, gentlemen, anything you can do. Duke, I sent you the Lofa.
Yes, I got it.
struggling to get your number for some reason. I will send it to you, Lofa. I have your number in my phone. Everybody else, I think you already have it. Tomalin, you can please send it to Robert.
Yeah.
I don't have Robert's number. Ben, you have it, through 3 or 4 different means. So, Kev, I'm sending it to you. No, you have it already. Read it, send it out, send it to as many people as you can. The idea is read it. If the corrections I'm making, if you have suggestions, please send it to me. Because it will be incorporated. I've already started getting some suggestions from the diaspora communities. So, I want to work with everybody so that we now, from tonight, we now call the bill the nickname for it. Once a Liberian, always a Liberian. And this bill will call it once a Liberian, always a Liberian bill. And at the end of the day, help me. Let's make our brothers and sisters around the world to feel at home and welcome at home. Thank you, and have a pleasant night.
Chairman, thank you so much. Thank you for that bill. I think that bill is long overdue. We thank you that you put it forward in your first days. It's good. And then the next time we get to see when we get to Liberia now, we'll be coming to Nima Sakripiye to in the representative district. So the start of the IGB. But we look forward to. Thank you so much. And we look
Thank
forward
you.
to seeing you soon. We
Thank
appreciate
you.
you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chairman. Appreciate it.
Guys, quickly, I know that earlier today when the show started, we talked about the appointments and the president's trip to Ghana. People don't have a chance to talk. One of you guys to just weigh in quickly before we leave. We can make the rounds. The president made appointments today, and also the trip to Ghana. Um,
Yeah, look, the appointments I see that they're now moving towards appointing more of the people from the political side. So that's part of the process. The trip to Ghana, man. I think the only concern here is that there were criticisms in the past, right, about the exit. So hopefully there will be processes put in place to be able to inform the general public. Overall, if the president's going to do some work, he's going to do the people's work. And let him come back with a report to tell us exactly. But I don't see anything big with it. Actually, it's actually one of the least important things to me. What I'm focused on is all of those, maneuvers, or all of those things that are being done to be able to stabilize the economy. As the HPX thing that I've taken interest in. I'm doing a lot of extensive research on. So overall, that's fine for me.
okay. Lofa, waiting.
Let me give Robert a chance to go since he
No,
was
Lofa, I respect the moderator. I'm a respecter of the rules. Go ahead, Lofa, please. I'm okay. I'm a respecter of the rules, man.
okay. Let me and not to kind of take away from the moderators. I just thought that it was. But anyway, the president's trip out of Liberia, the sneaky idea of it that we frowned against when President Weah was there. We shouldn't do it. I know folks would say President Weah was very flamboyant in all of his trips, had everybody standing on the roadside. He needed to show off the private jets and all of those things and leaving. But I think if we spoke against it yesterday, we should do a similar thing today. And I'm seeing here, I hope that we can actually speak to the agreement that actually the army wives and President Barkat came up to. What is it? All of a sudden, just the instantaneous removal of everything. They just got away. What is it that they actually benefited from? Because I'm reading on some of the things here that were discussed, even though front page made a mistake in what they wrote. They said President Weah instead of President Barkai, but I think it's just an error on the part of the article. But I think there are quite a few things that were addressed that are they're concerning. To be honest with you, the fact that military personnel, the kids are paying high school fees and no hospitals when we were told they had a military hospital. So I'll stop at that point for now and just say, guys, it was a great show. Great that we had, Representative Musa Hassan Bedede here, and he touched a lot of things that a lot of us are concerned about. But hopefully, he can live up to those promises. Because we heard people before who made promises, they were referred to as the lights, and then it became dim. So hopefully, he can live up to his promises and not turn on to the Chinese light or candlelight, and just keep up what he promised to people. Thank you.
Robert, go ahead, buddy.
Now the moderator have called my name. Now it's time for me to speak.
I want to give you a chance to talk on this. We're on the issue.
Yeah, just on the issue. They're not the closing. They're just the issue.
Right.
But listen, I do think that if the president is traveling, for me, you don't have to have ministers standing, telling him goodbye. But I think to Kev's point, I think it's important that the nation is aware that the president is out of the country. I mean, it's as simple as that. You can't be sneaking out the country without telling us that the president has a 2 days visit to another country. And if the press secretary have that information, I'm sure that she's giving that information days before the president's trip away. I mean, she should be able to disclose that information. It just seemed like the president took a secret trip outside of the country. But I hope that they are able to come back and report to us on the purpose of the visit and how did Liberia stand to actually gain from that. With regards to the appointments, first of all, it blows my mind that this government is making so many elementary mistakes. I mean, it just seems like one of the things you learn in kindergarten or any school for that matter is that before you send anything out, you have to proofread it, right? You proofread what you send out, and you just make sure that the information being put out is accurate. I mean, something as simple as distinguishing between who Hazam Fatiga is as opposed to Hazam Fatiga is something that was completely crazy. Everyone was congratulating the other twin brother, whose name is actually on the list as the deputy, a guy at the drugs.
So who got the job? Who actually got the job?
It was Hassan Fatiga, not
Huh?
Yeah, it's Hassan Fatiga.
Yeah, they say the guy from
Who say he makes 300,000 a year in America?
That's him. That's a whole different story. That him though. Yeah, that him. So he's the one who actually got the job, and then some.
I mean, and it's not a dig at him. I congratulate
some
him.
people,
what he means not a dig. It is the dig.
It's really not. Honestly,
some people are saying that, and the question is, if he was making $300,000 a year, he's taking a $250,000 or $270,000 cut to be a deputy at that position.
Yeah, but he was doing it for his country.
But but something as simple as that, everyone was congratulating Hassan Fatiga, and when in fact his brother Hassan Fatiga is the guy who actually got the position. So I'm thinking, why are they just putting information out there? I mean, the elementary stuff. Just read your stuff. Make sure you have everything that you need to have before you put the information out there. And they're saying that, well, that's another.
Robert, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but who wrote the check for the position though? Probably the name that was on the check is what they probably reference on it. You don't know.
Yeah, but for me, if you did an interview, it's almost like this, right? If you did an interview for a job,
Robert, who wrote the check for that position?
Who wrote the check? Well, I don't know who wrote the check.
Give me a check.
It could have been the name that was on the check.
But listen, yet even if the author,
yeah, you're right, Lofa.
Even if the author of the check has a different name, you still have to make sure that the person you are
you look at
and releasing out there is correct. But they made an elementary mistake, and I think that the executive manager have to go back and correct that, because Hazan Fatiga has just been laughing all day today. He's just been laughing, as if he got the job when his brother is the one who's been appointed. And so I just hope that they can fix some of these things, get the facts right, get that information before they release them. But I'm amazed by Chairman Representative Peabody. I had some issues with him, and these issues, they're no secret. But I'm beginning to like the guy, because I mean he's actually coming off as someone who is serious about and understands the core responsibility of of a lawmaker, right? Serious bills that benefits the national interest. I mean, from 2013 to 2015, we remit almost $600 million to Liberia. The diaspora support and influence cannot be overlooked. And so I will be one of those who will support this bill. I'm going to advocate for this bill. I will be in Liberia actually speaking to folks about the importance of this bill, and that we as Liberians, we are one. There's no us versus them. We are all Liberians. And even those who have not been given the opportunity to travel still does not mean that you will not be given the opportunity. But think about, if you were given the opportunity to travel, if you were given the opportunity to take opportunities from those countries and there are certain conditions, should that take away your rights as a natural born Liberian citizen? I like that fact that he talked about, even if two Lebanese came to Liberia and born a son or daughter in Liberia, just because the parents are not natural born Liberian doesn't mean that the child should be taken away his right as a Liberian citizen as well. And so I like that bill. I like that idea. I like some of what he's saying. Now we have to wait for the implementation of that. Thank you.
Can I do my closing quickly?
Yeah.
Thank you, Tomalin, and thank you for moderating the show. I know we've gone over time. 4 hours? Yeah. This is, I think, the longest we've been on this show since the starting of the closing argument. But let me say this. First of all, the Constitution should be a living and breathing document. Any progressive society, any country that you see that has made progress over the last couple of decades is because they see and they treat their constitution that way. They see their constitution as a living and a breathing document. That can be changed. That's what living and breathing does. You adapt to reality. You wrote your constitution in 1986. The conditions under which you wrote your constitution no longer exist today. The times have changed. The world has gotten smaller. We live in a global village. We have cell phones. We got social media. Everybody is now interconnected. So it is totally absurd that we will continue to be stuck in our past. Our past should guide us in shaping our future. And so that's what I heard today from the chairman of my party, from my friend, from someone. Listen, and these are conversations that I know we had. These are so many things that he talked about. So I'm not surprised, but I'm extremely proud because he is living to his word. And I'm hopeful that with the leadership of someone like Funati Kofa, these things will pass. Because these are forward-thinking men, flawed, by the way. They're not perfect. They're forward-thinking. These men are people who I've worked with. And so I just want to congratulate Chairman Ability and Representability. Chairman Representative Ability, he may got too much title, right? I want to congratulate him for his farsightedness and for his ability to be able to think ahead. By the way, something that a lot of Liberian leaders have not been able to do. Because they want to keep the status quo because they think it protects them. That's what brought the fear of someone like Cummings. That was Cummings' crime in Liberia. Forward thinking. And I always used to tell him, Mr. Cummings, you're ahead of the country. You got to meet the country where the country is. But it's good to see him taking the bull by the horn and doing the things that he's doing. On that notion, I want to congratulate those who got nominated by the president today. Service to country is a noble duty. Service to country is noble. I want to congratulate them. I want to congratulate especially Hassan Fadiga. I didn't know it was him. I thought it was Al. I want to congratulate him.
Can you speak on this, by the way? You see how dishonest people are? You know what they did?
What?
Instead of just saying we made a mistake, they edited the picture under the list and changed it, and they corrected his name now. But we already saved the original copy that was put out.
So for me, I want to congratulate him specifically. And I want to urge him to serve diligently. And I thank him for making the sacrifice that he has decided to make to go back to serve his country. I want to thank him because I know he's a consummate. Listen, he's trained in security. I think he has that's what he did in this country, what he was doing here. So I want to thank him for making the decision to sacrifice for his nation. Even though he supported Joe Buckeye and he said he wasn't supporting him for a job, but I encourage him to go and serve with honor and dignity. And I'm serious. This is not a dig at him. And the reason I'm saying this, Robert, is because this is just to show, guys, that we all will not be on the same side politically. Even on this show. In the second round, Duke and I went different ways. But we're still respectful for one another. But the level of venom and the way these people took this election, acting like this was not what, like they did not want an opportunity to go and serve. I congratulate President Buckeye for nominating him, and I pray that he serve. I pray that he serve with dignity. And let me just end on this note. I think the president, again, like I said, I wish him well on his trip to Ghana. I think it's a 2-day working trip. All right. I wish him well. I agree. I think let him, the mansion needs to be a little more proactive. Put out this information out there so people don't start speculating, because I think there was a speculation. Then they came up with a statement. Get proactive. Our sister Kula is doing, she's doing an okay job right now. This is her first time being press secretary to a president, but I think she is going to get better. And I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. But I think it was a great, fascinating show, Tomalin. You handled it well, and I want to thank you again.
Yes, after 1 o'clock in the Morovia.
Thank you, guys.
I don't think we should close. I don't think
we should go home, man. So, guys, we had a good show, guys. Thank you, guys, for contributing. And concerning the president's trip, I heard it was a quick trip. I just saw he had to just leave the country quickly to go quickly.
Let's close the show.
A few persons, and then went to Ghana for a quick visit. Not more than 5-10 persons went with the president. So yeah.
And he went on commercial
flight. So
commendable.
Who he went with?
Commendable that he went on commercial.
We'll tell you tomorrow, Kev.
Okay, who
commendable that he went on commercial.
on that trip to him?
We'll tell you tomorrow, Kev. Leave it. Tell you tomorrow.
Commendable that he traveled commercial.
All right, guys. Great show, man.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, tell you tomorrow, Kev.
Man,
how you talking so?
And I'll tell you on that note, this I would like to call it a day. It has been very fascinating, educative, informative. There with the representative, district number 7, Nimba County, Honorable Musa Hassan Bedede, he been our guest. My name is Henry Jara. I've been here with the man Ato Butler, and he's been behind the camera. Just before we go, let me say happy Valentine to all of the lovers. If you are celebrating your birthday, let me say happy birthday at whatever occasions you are celebrating for that matter. Let me say celebrate well, celebrating grand style. On today, we will have to show love to the one who take a heart, and more specifically our wives, our girlfriends. Let's show our love to them. That's what the day is actually meant for. Again, so happy Valentine Day to all of the lovers. Cutting the cross. Bye-bye from my end. I'll catch you when I catch you.
Let your celebration begin with Park Liquor Outlet, your first Liberian-owned liquor store in the city of Brooklyn Park, Minnesota. We have everything that you need to set that special occasion or bride. For your next party or great get-together with friends, visit Park Liquor Outlet. We have great selection of beer, wine, gin, and many more at affordable prices. Our customer service will make you always want to come back. We are open Monday to Saturday, 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. and Sunday, 9 a.m. until 6 p.m. Park Liquor Outlet, your one-stop celebration store. We are located at 6315 Zine Avenue North, Brooklyn Park, Minnesota. Visit us today and feel the difference.
Your family members abroad need to send you money? Worry no more. Henceforth, receive your international money transfers from Europe, USA, and South Africa made via Western Union, MoneyGram, and many more directly into your Orange Money account. At Orange Money, we are family.
Orange Money.
Your family members abroad need to send you money? Worry no more. Henceforth, receive your international money transfers from Europe, USA, and South Africa made via Western Union, MoneyGram, and many more directly into your Orange Money account. At Orange Money, we are family.
Orange Money.
Your family members abroad need to send you money? Worry no more.